And I think the stream is up. Okay. So yeah, we left off on the deck of the Theros. Between sessions, you collected as many of the bodies of your former crew as you could, pulled them off the side of the hull with Gideon and anybody who would support. You performed, some ritual services and said goodbyes to anybody that you recognized, and burned the bodies, especially the ones that seemed corrupted by Galen's cursed blade and shield, perhaps. So, Briar, we'll get to your inspection of the bracer when we can. Do you want to? I'd say you can roll Arcana or Investigation, one or the other, whichever you'd prefer.
Okay. One second while I fight a cat.
It's fine.
Did you roll for damage?
You got to roll the hit first.
Magic missile automatically hits.
She dodged.
Briar does not have magic missile.
All right, it's definitely going investigation.
Okay.
I a little bit scared just from last time too. It's starting out with a nat 20.
Oh, nice.
Oh my god, that's like
You're doomed.
Yep.
It's an ill omen.
You're
I'm
doomed.
fucked.
I don't
It's
know,
all
man.
downhill from here.
I rolled that
I started
20
with a
first.
20 last time, and then got garbage. So
Yeah, that's it.
That's what we're
That's the
getting.
only good roll of the night.
Yeah, that's the nightmare situation. Okay, so we'll get to you in a second. I'm gonna note that you got your nat 20. I hate it.
Sorry.
No, I hate it for you because
Oh,
it's just bad news.
unfortunate.
And Crix. So before you settle in for your full rest, you want to have an interaction with your Skella homie, Harold.
Yes.
Okay, yeah. You find him exactly where you left him, at the main controls for the Theros. He's not fiddling with anything at the moment, like he was. He's more just morosely sitting there staring out at the sort of endless star sea. Splish is sitting there with him, just sort of quietly. He does note you as you approach.
Oh, I was curious as to where it is that we might be going directionally wise. Where we heads?
He does not look at you.
Is there a map or something of the area?
No response. Stares forward into the star sea ahead.
God damn it. I just kind of look to Splish. So, Splish.
Looks up at you. All you get is a splash.
Curiosity. Are you two friends?
His head cocks to one side. Looks at you again. He goes splash. A little more animated this time. You get a little bit of goop on your face as he almost like spits on you a little bit.
Just kind of wipes it away.
Not intentionally, just a minor side effect.
Life of a splish.
Life of
He's just a wet little dude.
He is.
Is that and Crix will go, yes, Splish? Or shakes his head no or no, Splish.
He stops for a moment, cocks his head in the other direction, looks to your skeletal possible ally, points.
So
his three arms lift up and just another splash.
okay, let's try to teach you something. He reaches into his bag and pulls out the rock and kind of like half holds it between him and Splish and be like, okay, See the rock?
He
And he pulls it
immediately
away.
he immediately
He-
hops up, and all of his arms, his 6 arms, reach out towards
Yeah,
it.
yeah. So Crix will go. Uh, listen. No. And he pulls away the rock, and then he kind of brings his hand back towards the neutral position between them and goes, "Yes." And then he kind of like goes to give it to him, and then points to the skeleton and goes, "Friend, yes, no."
He
Like, he's trying to teach him the convey of the two words.
um
Can I do an
roll,
animal handling?
yeah, animal handling, absolutely animal handling.
A 19.
He starts to cock his head back and forth, looks to you, looks to the skeletal individual, looks back at you. You see him sort of staring at the rock for a moment, formulating things in his head. He points his 3 left fins at the skeleton, nods his head twice, splish, splish, and then points at the rock again with all 6 fins.
That was a yes nod.
It was a nod, yes, up and down nod.
Okay, I'll give him the rock.
Immediately
Good.
yanks it from you, almost taking your fingers with it, and shoves it into his mouth.
Well, I'm glad I taught you something new then.
He, once finished, he reaches out all 6 of his fins again towards you. Splish!
Oh, I'm trapped.
He nods no, and points to your bag. Splish!
Okay, fine. I'll give him a couple of rocks.
He grabs them and he
Rock
sort of
are his
walks
friends.
walks further into the console and sits down and starts to munch on them.
Right. Well then, that I don't think he learned anything. I'm just gonna talk it down at this point.
No response from the skeleton at all. Didn't acknowledge your conversation with Splish. Has mostly just stood there staring forward.
Are we off to get revenge?
No response.
All right, fine. I'll talk to you in the mornings. Have a good night and just leave.
Again, doesn't acknowledge you as you leave. Splish turns to look at you, but just continues munching that last rock that you gave him. All right, so we'll continue. So you go and you take your rest. Briar.
Yes.
So investigating the bracer, you take some time. You examine it. There's no real like markings or indentations or inscriptions or anything on the bracer that would like give you any obvious answers as to its origins. But the way that it's locked onto you, you do see what seem to be 3 sort of clasps on the inside of the bracer that are pressed into your arm. Not tightly, but just enough that it's mildly uncomfortable. It looks like you might be able to mess with them somehow and possibly get them to release. But you also notice that it's not something of a style that you've seen in Theros anytime recently. It does resemble a piece of armor that you've seen in history books during the rise of the prior tyrants and his rule over Theros. In your time in Meletis, you've seen elements of it.
Acros. Or Acros.
Acros, yes, that's what I meant. Sorry. You've seen elements of this in the history books. It vaguely resembles, but not exactly resembles. But you can gauge that it's from that time period, so a good ways in the past, even though it looks pretty new right now.
Where did this bracelet come from? Did you mention this before, Glassy?
So it was when the ship was getting picked up and brought into the underworld. Briar was like trying to hang on to display cases to stop herself from falling,
Okay.
and then in the process of subsequently falling, it locked on.
Fabio
I
locked
see.
onto you specifically.
Fabio. Yes.
Well, I hope you haven't forgotten.
No, I have. He's in my notes.
Okay.
How could we forget?
Yes.
I was carrying his unconscious little body around with me.
Yes.
He's just a little guy.
Just a little guy.
Just a little guy.
Any other questions about the bracer, maybe that I can answer for you?
So she is not magically inclined at all, but it doesn't seem like something that would have magical properties.
Yeah, it absolutely seems like it. Especially the energy you sort of feel from it. It appears magical in nature. It's not reminiscent of anything you felt before, but it does seem to have some sort of aura or enchantment that is strong enough that even without enough magical knowledge, you can still feel it.
Okay, and then the last question on that line is, does it feel sinister at all?
Not necessarily. It doesn't really give you great vibes, and just not really knowing the origins of it and the fact that you can't get it off is a little
Mm-hmm.
unsettling.
Yeah.
So you don't really get good vibes. You don't get bad vibes. You're not sure what it is. The fact that Fabio placed it on you in sort of that more dire situation
Yeah.
could lead you to believe that maybe he was trying to protect you in some way, but you don't really know his motives either. So it could
Yep.
potentially mean something else.
Okay. So she'll wait for Fabio to eventually wake up and she'll ask him if he knows anything about it later.
Okay. Anybody else during the long rest or before your long rest? We all good? Okay, perfect. So you go through your long rest. You wake up sometime later. Uh, as you collect yourselves and gather out and move back out onto the main deck in front of the captain's quarters, which I assume you all rested somewhere nearby. Um, Nazia is still sort of groggy. It looks like she's starting to regain herself, but she's still just laying slumped where you left her before you had rested, leaned against the former dome of the captain's chambers, nearby the front door access to it. You also see the furlbug, Lily, that you had found, Briar, just standing on the side of the deck, sort of staring out at the water, the Star Sea. What would you guys like to do?
I guess has with the I guess the like the chains that we were like sailing towards, is there like, can we better gauge how close we are to those?
Stepping out on the deck and moving to the sort of sides and gazing at them. It seems like you're still a great distance away from the nearest one. You can see several more now, though, like far off in the distance on the horizon. You can see several more of these chains reaching up and rising out. The one that you're closest to, though it's still likely miles away, looks like it has some sort of moss or something hanging from it.
Will we be able to estimate like how long it would be before we get there? Like if we had checked like yesterday and now?
It doesn't appear like you're heading directly towards one of the chains, but through the star sea between them.
Directly towards them, but through.
Yeah, towards the array of them, just not directly into one.
Oh, okay. So we're not like headed directly at one of them.
Right.
Okay. I think Tacitus is probably going to keep staring at that for a bit, depending on if there's much other activity on the ship.
Okay. As you spend time staring, you do see Gideon appear. He still looks pretty somber from the burning of many of those bodies and him having lost at least one or two members of the crew that were close to him and a part of his his direct party. He approaches you all and says, "Okay, are we ready to enter this portal, move into Agonas?"
As ready as I'll ever be, I guess.
I took some time to inspect it. It doesn't seem dangerous at all. I think we're safe moving through it. I would just wonder why it was left open and be prepared for whatever's on the other side.
Could be a trap.
Could be. The question
Seems
is,
likely.
what do we want to do with them? And he motions to Lily and Nizia, who is still, for the most part, passed out.
Are we truly okay leaving people behind if they don't want to come?
I gotta take this call really quickly.
Okay.
Give me like 2 minutes. Sorry.
No worries. Just let me know when you're back in chat or speak up.
Um,
Go ahead.
who was so one of them was Galen's wife. Who was the other one?
Lily Parios she's a feral bug that Briar ran into in one of the taverns.
Right. Okay.
You also found Bosma, who is an individual in one of the merchant shops hiding out. He's not anywhere around at the moment.
It's their choice to make. We can explain the risks of going in, but I don't think we can force them. I think they're well aware enough of the danger of staying here,
I agree.
more than any of us are.
I believe there's danger on both sides, but I agree. I would leave the choice up to them and up to you if you would like to ask them to join us.
I can ask Lily.
Gideon nods. Okay, I will prepare and I'll meet with you at the portal when you're ready.
Briar will approach her.
Okay. She, as you step alongside her, she looks to you and nods for a moment. She takes her hood down.
So, with not knowing much about where we are, what's going to happen, and how to get out of it, we found a portal at the back of the ship that will. Well, no, we've told her about the portals before. She knows.
Yes, she's the one
She
that
was
sort
the
of
one that
gave
told
you the
us.
info. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, memory's catching up.
Gotcha.
We're planning on going through the portal to see if we can find others of the crew and potentially save them. So it's as much a bid to save ourselves from whatever's happening here. If you'd like to come, you are more than welcome to. I don't know what will happen staying here.
She looks back out at the starsea beyond, and she says to you, "I at least owe it to Katira to try. I don't see what use is staying here at the moment. I will join you."
Good. I think that's the best bet.
How conscious is oh
Nizia.
god, I need to look. Yeah, Nazia.
You can go check on her.
Yeah, I'll maybe not like directly approach, but like I will, I guess, get nearby her.
So just sort of approaching her and not getting too close. She seems groggy. Her eyes are, fluttering open every now and then, but she doesn't seem to have the willpower to get herself up on her feet at the moment.
Mm. I th- Tacitus will approach and uh ask, I guess, like she wasn't really talkative last when we had our last session, right?
She was
Like she was still
unconscious.
like just out cold.
Yeah.
Yeah. Um I think I'll approach her and ask, can you stand?
She opens her eyes, just in a squint, as if everything's too bright, even though it's pretty dark out here. Looks to you and says, "Who the hell are you?
Pastus.
What the hell does that mean to me?"
Not much, I suppose.
What do you want?
Well, when I last found you, or when I found you, you were much less conscious than you are now. If you're fine, then that's fine.
By the way.
Okay. She sort of just again like fades away from you for a moment, close her eyes again. Just leave me alone.
Okay. Tassus will just shrug and then just move away.
Okay. Did you want to interact with any of these characters, Elwyn or Crix?
Crix.
Who are we talking about again?
At the moment, Nazia is sort of groggily waking up, had sort of a half interaction with Tacitus. She seems kind of grumpy at the moment. And Lily is also present on the deck. There is no sign of Bosma, the other survivor that you'd located.
I think Alan's just gonna stand back and observe.
Okay. And Crix?
Nazia is the one that's the wife to
Galen.
Desmond, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So Crix will go towards her and just, can you tell us what happened on the ship? I know it's a subject that you probably do not want to talk about since it does pertain to your husband, but any information would be helpful. Personally, Desmond was a good man, and I would like to break him from whatever it is that holds him.
She gets very somber at the mention of Galen as well. For a moment before her face just turns to more of an angry scowl. So what the hell are you asking me for? You were on the damn ship. You're stuck here now.
We were elsewhere whenever he maybe came back here. The last thing that I seen was cursed objects attaching themselves to him. He is not himself.
No,
These objects could possibly be broken, and he could return back to normal. But any information as to where he went would be helpful to be able to possibly help him.
I don't know where the hell he went. He joined forces with those things, killed his friends, his crew, and almost killed me. Then he left with them.
That's the problem, though. That's not exactly him. It's something controlling him.
She looks away for a moment. It's him enough.
All right, then.
You gonna leave her be?
Yeah.
Okay. So if you do want to do anything, check out the ship, check out anything else aboard the Theros, you can. You can head towards the Agonas portal where Gideon is awaiting. Would anybody like to do anything else, or do you just want to get
I
yourselves
want to
prepared?
ask Lily if she saw where that other guy went.
Bosma?
Yeah.
When you approach her, she's still just sort of staring out. She seems pretty somber as well. Just no, I don't know. I can't say I knew him before all of this.
Yeah, me neither. I'd hate to leave him, but He at least knew that we were talking about going through the portal, so
Mask me seems to care only for himself.
not exactly the type of person you want at your back. Are you almost ready to go? Is there anything we should do on the ship before we leave, potentially for good?
I'm ready when you are.
Briar will nod. Um, and I'm ready to go. I don't want to do anything else.
I think
Yeah.
Elwyn is going to go back to the captain's quarters, specifically where he found the sword, and just like investigate that area a little bit
Okay.
to see if there's any hints about its origin or anything related to it.
Sure. Yeah, you move through the captain's chambers again. That's skeleton is still at the controls, doesn't acknowledge you at all. Splish is also there. He gazes at you for a bit, but he mostly just seems to be occupied with his thoughts at the moment, just sort of sitting around, rocking back and forth and so forth. He's not really doesn't seem to have a care in the world. Little Splish. Um, as you sort of move through the chamber, you do pass by several artifacts, and as you get closer to them, you can feel that sort of dark pull. None of it seems as powerful or as strong as it was the first time that you came in here, when you were drawn to that blade. You pass by several of these objects, I assume giving them a bit of a berth, and you do find the area that you remember pulling the blade. The mask that you had seen next to it is no longer there.
Thing. Suspicious.
You can roll an investigation if you'd like.
I would like. I would like indeed. Let me whip out these dice and see what they've got from each day. Investigation. Okay. It's gonna be 13 plus 6, 19.
Okay. So just sort of moving around, exploring the area, kicking some of the debris around, you do find the likely display case that the item was in. The nearest one to it, you don't see any other objects nearby. There is a small plaque that is mostly rubbed off. There's only two letters on it, a sort of mostly obscured L, and across, sort of in the middle of the plaque, the letter Y. Everything else
An
is
L.
decayed off. Yeah, an L at the very first letter, and then a Y somewhere towards the center of the plaque. You can't really tell if it's the same word or a separate word.
So it started with an L, and there was a Y somewhere later in the
Yes.
phrase. Can I estimate how many letters might have been between the L and the Y?
Yeah, just sort of gazing at it and looking at it. It looks like there was likely, with the space available, around 12 letters in the total title.
Interesting. And was this the display case where the mask came from, or the sword?
Uh, Most likely this sword, but you remember the mask was also nearby. There are other display cases in the area, so it could have been knocked from one of those other cases, but the blade also could have.
The other display cases have plaques? Do I spot any?
Yeah, if you'd like to check out some of the display cases, most of the plaques are worn over time, sort of rubbing into them and moving some of the decay off. You can see that the remnants of the names, but there's really no full names left available.
Okay, but it does seem like they're the names of the objects.
Yes, they all had plaques that were likely the titles for whatever these things were.
Interesting. Okay. Um. Okay. I think I will. The other thing I was curious about, I think my genie's vessel.
Mhm.
I think I wanted to see if I could get a sense of the integrity of it. Because last time I
For
was in the
your sunblade,
space, it kind of shattered. Yeah.
it seems to be perfectly intact.
Okay. Okay. All right. And then with that, I'm gonna go back, find the rest of the people, rest of the crew, and get ready to go.
Okay. Yep. Everybody else is out on the main decks. Crix, did you want to do anything before departing for Agonas?
No, not particularly.
Okay.
I also forgot. How's Fabio doing?
So you check on Fabio. He still seems to be in some sort of maybe a coma. He's not coming back to consciousness.
Hmm. I do want to ask the group that we're with if anybody has any skills with healing or medicine, if they're able to tell what might be wrong.
You mean ask us or ask like the NPCs?
All. Everyone that's on the deck with us.
So I'm not a huge study of magic, not magic, healing, but I knew somewhat my way around herbs and stuff. I could take a look at 'em. I might know.
Yeah, you can roll a medicine if you'd like to examine him.
I have passive
17.
knowledge of medicine at best, just what I've learned over the years.
I mean, anything that you guys have is going to be more than I have.
I rolled
I
a
know he's
17.
Okay. So Crix with the 17, you sort of examine him. He's got a pulse. He seems to be alive. He's not a species that you recognize. So you're not really entirely sure of his his anatomy and his body, how he works. But he seems to be alive and healthy. He just is, for whatever reason, is not regaining consciousness.
Uh, that'd be kind of hard to ask that question. I was going to ask, does it seem like any type of fatigue?
Doesn't seem like any kind of fatigue. No. I'd say with your knowledge of like nature magic and druidic magic,
And
it
creatures.
and creatures, it doesn't seem like he's affected by any form of spell like that. But his status does seem to resemble either a paralyzing effect or some magical effect that would maintain an incapacitation.
Hmm.
I
Can I do
hmm,
Arcana to see if it is magically bound? Something of this nature.
Sure.
25.
Okay. And what were you saying, Elwin?
nothing.
um, so with
I was
25.
gonna do the same thing,
Oh, okay.
but
Uh,
it seems like he got it.
yeah, he's on it. He's on it. So with the 25, um, you don't feel the current presence of any magic. It doesn't seem like he's under the influence of any sort of active spell. Uh, there's no really real aura of magical energy around him. And sort of trying to attune yourself to some of the more nature-based energies, you really don't feel anything of that sort in this area or around him. You still are convinced with your level of knowledge that whatever caused this was some sort of a spell or magical power of some kind. It just whatever it likely was something that happened at the time of casting, and the effect is still present, but there's no consistent magic that's being maintained to keep it in effect.
Could I try and examine if it is the effect of if it's curse, if it's something that could be treated as a curse?
Sure. Yeah. Roll Arcana.
Um, 18 plus 6, 24.
Okay. As you examine and sort of try to get the feel and the impression that there's some sort of curse around him, you feel that dark pull for a moment again, and you hear that familiar voice that says, "I can help him."
What makes you think that?
I think he's important to you and your party. I can save him.
Are you saying this is some sort of curse you recognize?
I do recognize it. Yes, I won't say if it is a curse or not, but it is something that I can relieve this creature of if you allow me to.
What's the catch?
Just give yourself over. Allow me to take a bit more control, and I will lend you my power.
I look to Briar and I say, how important is this one to you?
Well, I'm pretty sure that he saved my life, so I'd like to return the favor.
Do you think he'll be very useful in our future endeavors?
Do you always measure people by their worth to you?
On occasion, if I don't know them.
I don't know, but I would like to see him restored.
I guess it's worth the risk then.
What risk?
It's nothing you need to concern yourself with. And then in my head, I'm just going to say, all right, how much control do you want? Because obviously, we need to establish that you don't get everything for doing this one small act.
Well, it's not exactly a small act, but just uh, just allow me a bit more control. That's all I ask. I won't consume you. There's no danger to you, but it will weaken your pact with the other and strengthen it with mine.
Fine, do it.
Okay. Um. So you get a sort of glee, a feeling of mad glee from Oath and from that dark blade, and for a moment, you
This is good,
feel
right?
for a moment you feel a pulse of dark energy, knocks you over almost, sends you on your side to your knees. But you, for a moment, you feel what is sort of a startling amount of pain, but it's just for a moment. After that, you do feel a surge of power. The rest of the party, you see, first, Elwyn's eyes go completely black. Then they begin to glow with a bit of a red, a very dark, brooding blood red. Uh, just for a few moments, as his eyes return to their normal state, Elwyn, you do feel yourself more powerful. I'm going to give you some details on how and why momentarily. Um, but you do
I'm gonna draw my glaive when I see the red eyes.
you feel stronger, uh, and you get flashes of memories, memories that you don't believe are yours. You see what looks like a war
Uh
battle in a
huh.
very ancient time. You see a large, sinister looking creature that you do not recognize. Its form shapes and shifts as it is towering over an army below and eliminating some of these creatures and wiping out dozens of them at the same time with its swings. And it spews magical breath and energy as it's just battling alone against what looks to be a massive army. Creatures of various races. You can't get a perfect visual image of them. Um, but they are attempting to take this creature down, and your viewpoint seems to be of a creature of similar size and stature. You only get brief flashes of attacks and moments, not just in one battle, but multiple battles, many battles. You recognize the skies of Theros, but there's massive cracks and tears in the sky, and things seem to be pouring from them. Creatures you don't recognize. Uh,
Hmm.
Before you're pulled back into yourself, you hear the voice of Oath. Place your hand on the creature.
Um, I see Tacitus pull out his glaive, and I just look at him and say, "It's fine. Don't worry." And I lean down and I place a hand.
Okay. Uh, as you do, your hand glows with that same sort of black reddish energy. You feel the energy travel through your arm. You're not sure what it is, but it feels powerful. But it also feels dark. Something that a feeling you don't like, but the strength and the power of it is something that impresses you, and you feel pride almost that this is something that you're doing. For a moment, there's no reaction from Fabio, but several moments later, his eyes open very suddenly, and he shoots to sit up very quickly. His entire body sort of glows with that same black red energy before it travels through and escapes him and just disappears and dissipates into the air.
Can I make an Arcana check to understand that?
Yeah, go ahead and roll.
All right, let's go. Come on, roll 24.
Okay. In your circles, the druidic circles and areas of magic that you've explored, and you remember days when you were taught about ancient forms of magic, uh, things that were sealed away by the gods and locked away for reasons that they were likely threats to the gods, things they didn't like that were locked away and inaccessible to the world now. But they exist in legend, they exist in stories. This is one of those things. You've heard of this sort of darker, mystical energy that came from beyond Theros, uh, that is no longer accessible or available, but this seems to resemble it.
Is it particularly obvious to me that Crix is like trying to figure out what is happening?
Crix,
I would say there's definitely a interest look in his face, and it does look like he's trying to calculate what the hell is going on. And I would say maybe from facial expression, it looks like he kind of has a clue in somewhat.
Okay. Um, I would say Tacitus probably did not trust Elwyn at his word when he said it's going to be fine, given the recent events. But seeing Crix like think about it, he's going to like mainly keep his body like I guess facing towards Elwyn, but sort of like turn over and ask like, "Do we have trouble?"
Elwyn, you're just coming back into yourself at the moment. You're still at the moment, even before you realize it, you have a very uh, devious-looking smile on your face.
Interesting. I assume you were asking Crix that question, Tacitus, or were you asking?
Yeah, sorry.
I thought you were asking that one too. Um, Honestly, I don't know, but whatever it is that he's doing, dealing power, whatever it is dark.
Briar is freaked the fuck out right now. But how is Fabio?
Fabio is sat up, staring wide-eyed forward. Hasn't responded to anything yet, but he's breathing heavily. He seems terrified.
Owen shakes his head, like shakes it off, and then just like collapses onto his back and shuts his eyes, staring at the sky.
You notice as you sort of collect yourself that the normal feel that you get, that pull, the back and forth pull in both directions, is no longer uh, an even pull. You feel that darkness much stronger, and your connection to Pasha is faint. You can still feel it, but it is faint and much harder to acknowledge and access.
Um, in his head, Owen is going to speak to um Ott and say, "I owed Pasha for saving my life, and so I took up an oath with him. However, he, however, I have my own goals and aspirations, and that trumps all. And if you're the one who's going to be able to get me closer to them, then I might just take you up on that offer. However, one thing that I will not do is relinquish myself and my control.
This is a partnership, my friend. I would never completely take you.
Even partially is too much. However, I will.
If
Just
you
wanted
want,
to make sure that we're clear.
if you want the power that I can grant to you, you must give of yourself. But I
As
will
long as
not
you
control
understand.
you. We will be partners. Split deal, 50-50. I will never take control of you.
I need more time, however.
I have nothing but time.
And then he goes silent.
Okay.
Fabio,
He
are
he
you?
hears your voice, doesn't respond for a moment, but then suddenly just turns to look at you, still wide-eyed. Looks you. I remember you. Where? Where? What? Where? What is happening? Where is Savas? He springs up suddenly, uh, searching for his bow staff, which is nowhere nearby.
Elwin, with his eyes still closed, just speaks up and says, he was in a fairly deep state of suspension, so I'm sure he'll be a little confused for a little bit. But he
We're
should
in
be
the
okay.
underworld, Fabio.
He, as he's glancing around, he notices the skeleton and stares for a
That'll,
moment. His
that'll give
eyes,
you a shock.
his eyes begin to squint. He's like, him. It can't be.
You know him.
Oh,
You know who Harold is?
I
his name is
know.
not Harold.
he looks at you for a moment at the mention of Harold and sort of tilts his head at you. I I know what that is.
What?
Could you fill the
Not.
classroom in?
I think what is a concerning choice of word.
He looks to you all and says, "Is Savas here? Where is Savas?
Missing.
Last, not here.
Did he not fall with us?"
If he did, not in the same location as us.
When we came to, it was Gideon, Galen, and what's her name?
Ripley.
And Ripley of the higher crewmates. There's no one else that we found.
No sighting of Sabas nor his new first mate. Both missing the moment we came through.
He looks down, closes his eyes, and sort of puts his hand on his forehead, shakes his head around a bit. I'll give you guys the images of Fabio again if you forget his appearance. Looks back to the skeletal creature at the helm. Says that creature is or was a piece of Savas.
Wait,
Piece of Sabas.
what?
Elaborate, please.
Plain.
He found himself here in the underworld after a time. He could not escape a prisoner to Erebos. His memories were torn from him. Some things he knew, some things he did not. He had the Theros still, or at least a form of it, but he needed to return to the actual living plane. He knew that he needed to return. He did not know why. He made a deal with something powerful. He was able to release himself, or at least part of himself, from the underworld, but he had to choose which parts that he left behind. What you see there is Savas's darkness, his rage, his sorrow, his pain, his anger, his vengeance.
That explains a lot of things, including the ship that
When
we
was
found.
this? When did this happen?
I'm afraid I don't know. It's been some time. He found me and told me his story, and I've been protecting his chamber aboard the Theros for a very long time, though I do not know how many years. He's been searching for a long time for things, reminders, memories. He believes he had some strength that he lost in the splits that he needs to get back.
So Savas is looking for that thing.
I don't know. To be honest, I didn't know if it was real until just now.
If that god trapped Savas in the underworld, why would Savas pick a fight with it again? And
That sounds like a pretty understandable motivation to me.
he's already lost, and he's lost a lot of his power, supposedly. So what made him so confident he could tackle this thing this time?
The god Keranos is Savas's father.
What?
Well, that's a surprise.
I do not know this
So
new ally, this new first mate, as you call him. He
nobody did,
struck
apparently.
some sort of alliance with Savas. Savas would not tell me, he said, for my own protection, but they forged some plan together. I do not know what.
Which god is Theranos again?
Keranos is the god of
Theranos,
storms.
sorry.
Yeah,
Storms. Okay.
that is the god that you all faced in the first session. That face you saw in the storm.
One that threw us into the rift.
Yes.
So we all just got caught in a father-son feud, it sounds like.
How I guess like how like mythological like this is this like there are plenty of like demi-human like in society, right? Like are there plenty of demi-humans like this, or is this like there is no recorded case of this ever happening sort of thing?
It's absolutely a rarity. If they do exist, they don't either don't remember or they don't speak of it. At least most of the gods are not proud of that sort of a situation if they have half children.
Okay.
A lot of them will cast them away, occasionally strip their memories, lock them away, seal them away, kill them outright. Uh, it's not something that is celebrated. And if it is something that
Okay.
you are, it's not something that you want to talk about.
I feel like Tastus is gonna squint and say, "I find that hard to believe."
Fabio looks at you for a moment as I need not convince you. Look where you are.
Makes a point.
So, to catch you up a little bit more, the ship was attacked by something. I wasn't there for it. Spectral
Oh, shit.
skeletons of some kind that killed a lot of the crew and then captured the rest of them and presumably brought them into Agonas. There's still a portal on the ship, and we're planning on going into Agonas to try and rescue those we can. Is it okay for us to leave this thing with the Theros?
I will stay and watch. I don't know what his goals or objectives are. I would assume he seeks escape, similar to his former self, the other parts of himself.
I'm not sure on that. There's a possibility that what you say is very true about this being a part of him that is anger, rage, and sorrow and all that. It's very well that if there's an issue between father and son, as you put it, it's very likely that he might be looking for Carnos. We did get sent to this room because of him.
I would be surprised if it was actually looking for the rest of Savas.
Keranos has
That
no
too.
power here. In this realm, in the underworld, that is Erebos who is in control. Keranos cannot breach this realm, cannot claim anything here.
You knew of that new ally. Do you know if they had a connection to Erebos?
I don't believe so, but they were dark. I never trusted the creature, to be clear. But Savas did, and Savas was my master, so I trusted him.
Can I ask you a question? Because this is my curiosity. Did you kind of know the situation, but did the rest of the crew that serves under Savas knows that we were going to end up becoming here?
I don't really know of much of the crew beyond the chambers. I never met any of them. Savas kept them
See.
here in secret.
I can tell you that it's very unlikely that any of us knew what was about to happen.
Unfortunately, sending a whole boat with almost a city full of people to the underworld is not what I would call the most heroic of things.
Before I passed out, I encountered Savas and that first mate and overheard part of their conversation before everything went down. Savas said something along the lines of they would be okay. I don't know how the hell he thought that we would be okay.
I mean, those of us that can handle ourselves are okay, but Crick just holds his hand out. I don't think the rest of the friggin' crew that doesn't really fight is okay.
Um, Owen sort of like sits up and looks at Fabio and just says, "What do you know of the blade that Savas kept in his chambers?"
Which blade?
I hold it out to him.
This one.
His his eyes grow very wide at sight of that blade. He says, "You should not be handling that.
A little too late for that.
It's something ancient, something Savas sealed and kept here to keep it from the world."
Good to know. And
I,
did he find this blade himself?
he did. I believe it tried to take him, control him in some way, but he resisted and sealed it away.
How did he seal it?
Some sort of enchantment in the cases where he kept many of these artifacts. They are all dark, evil, demonic things that were a danger to the world. Many of his quests throughout his years were to capture these things, seal them away.
Well,
Would
I guess
that
it's
include this? And I'll raise my arm.
the other cursed object.
he he looks at the bracer. He says, "No, that was something Savas gifted to me. He said it would protect me should I ever be in danger. I believed you needed it more than I."
Thank you.
He nods.
Owen just starts putting the blade away and says, "Well, I'm stuck with this thing now, so I guess I'll just have to ask Savas himself what the hell he wants, what the hell he
Do
wanted to do with
he
this."
looks to you. He says, "Do not trust it. Do not communicate with it. It is whatever it
I've never,
seeks. It is not pleasant for any of us."
I've never fully
Yes.
trusted a higher being. It's fine.
Ah, yes. Crix just crosses his arm and looks at you.
It did save our life once, but we
Oh,
wouldn't
you
have
mean
to get
throwing
that.
us to another realm or something? Is that the saving lives, or is it you mean his?
Would you rather be a prisoner in Agonas? 'Cause that could have been our fate.
I'd rather not have someone wielding a very strong, possibly artifact turning on us. Normally, those types of things, when you deal with them, is a give and take, and a lot of times they take than they give.
Well, I'm sure at that moment you can all kill me.
I would prefer not to kill an ally or someone I consider an ally at the moment.
That's fine. I give you permission.
I'm glad to know that.
Consensual murder.
Consensual murder, yes,
This
indeed.
is murder amongst friends. It's fine.
Murder amongst friends. What a term.
Boy. Well, the one thing I'll say for whatever that thing is it resuscitated you.
He looks at you when you say that, and sort of his eyes look fearful. So I don't trust that.
Well, fear not. It
No.
was not without a cost.
I will have
Oh,
to
good.
think on this. Maybe I can research amongst Savas's library and find something.
If you do find something, let me know.
I
And
will.
how is he gonna do that?
Well, we'll be back here, I'm sure, eventually.
If you return.
Yeah,
I
that's
would
some
hope.
confidence.
And if we don't return, then that is a bigger problem for us, I believe. Did the Theros make the trip out of the underworld with Savas the first time?
Pieces of it. The same pieces of it that Savas took of himself. The Thesaurus is a living being of sorts, a creation.
So it
The
might just be our only vessel out of here then.
the parts of it you stand on are the darker parts of the Thesaurus as well. It has connections to Savas. I don't know at what level his strength, but I know he acquired it long ago.
Interesting. It would be best that we don't lose our way back here.
Not sure I want to return to this particular version of it.
Well, I'd prefer to be in the other version as well, but this might be our only way there. And I just hope this ghost version of Savas knows where it's going.
Somehow I think it does.
This is so much.
There's no use in worrying about that right now. If you want to try and fight this thing, we can. But it didn't end up well when we were trying to do it before.
I don't think we
No,
should fight it.
I would rather see if we can save the crew that's left.
Then we do that. There's no point in standing around here talking any further.
Right.
All right. Off we
Before we
go.
Cheers.
go, Fabio, is there anything I should know about this? Referencing the bracer.
He looks to it. He says, "Unfortunately, I don't know much more than you. I know that Savas told me that in a situation became dire, as we were often in dangerous situations on many of his quests. He told me to place the bracer on my wrist and it would defend me. I don't
All right.
know in what nature, but I hope it defends you.
Thank
I
you again.
I will remain here and keep an eye on this. I don't know what his goals are, but if anything is sinister, I will do my best to stop him or to stall him at least. And I'll get what information I can in hopes you return quickly."
Appreciate it. Let's get going then.
Yep.
Off to save the crew. And hopefully
Off to Valhalla. I mean, anti-Valhalla. Kind of like Valhalla.
Off to join the crew.
So you all make for the portal?
Yep.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
You do find Gideon and Leela there. They seem to be speaking. Gideon seems to have armed himself pretty well. He's got blades now, aside from his whipped bracers. He nods to you as you approach. He's standing outside the structure with the portal inside. He says, "I'm glad you're here. I don't look forward to this, but we must do what we must do to retain our friends."
Agreed.
as soon as we save them, we'll need to figure out how the hell to get out of this plane.
Hopefully this puzzle is on the same area.
I think I've spent enough time in the underworld for a lifetime.
Gideon looks at you and says,
I-
"Well, we all end up here inevitably, but I don't wish to remain currently."
Agreed. All right. Guess we go. And then Alwyn's
Let's-
gonna just start walking towards the portal.
Okay. Anybody else? Are you all ready to go?
Yep.
All good.
Okay. So as you approach the portal, getting closer to it, you do feel the transition, planar transition. You can feel yourself being pulled from one into the other. The room around you almost appears like a reflection as you transfer into the realm that is supposedly Agonas. When you emerge, you seem to be standing in what looks to be a swamp. The sky is dark, dismally gray. Give you some imagery here in tabletop chat. Everything
What are you doing in
seems
my swamp?
everything seems silent. Everything seems quiet. The portal remains open behind you. Nothing closed. Nothing seals.
And tell which way north is.
You get that same disoriented feeling as you did.
Mm.
Part of me wants to try going back through the portal real quick just to test if it works.
Would you like to?
I'm gonna. Hey, comrades, is it acceptable if I go back through this portal?
If you want to take that risk.
I will, but if I don't return, just understand that it is simply because I cannot. And then I'm gonna walk through it.
Okay. You again feel that pull. Reflections of Agonas disappear as that chamber back aboard the Theros materializes before you.
Huh. Neat. And then I'm gonna step back through it.
Okay. Yeah, the same experience as the first time. It seems that you can travel back and forth through this, at least while it remains open.
And then I'm just gonna be like, I hate that feeling. Also, it seems like it's working for now, so as long as it doesn't disappear on us, we should be okay.
Is there any like notable landmark around this portal other than the portal itself?
There's a lot of strange-looking stone pillars and towers surrounding you. Otherwise, the area is very dank and damp and wet. Um, Trees here are in various states, some of them alive. They seem to be all in states of decay or death.
How large are like the pillars around us?
Varied in height, some of them are just, simply ankle to waist high. Some of them seem to be hundreds of feet towering into the air, disappearing in mist and cloud cover above.
Um,
As you gather outside and sort of gaze at the surroundings, roll perception. Any one of you, whoever would like to.
I would like to.
Go ahead.
20.
13.
Um,
Great year.
for a moment, you feel a rush of something, almost like a breeze, and you look in the direction that it comes, and the mists above. You see a large shadow, something dark that passes quickly into the air and swirls the mist before it disappears.
Lovely.
Also, I would like to just point out my perception is a plus 10.
Oh
So
my
second
gosh.
roll of the night, we went from 20 to 3.
Mine's +1.
You just see everything, huh?
So
With your
yeah,
elf
no,
eyes.
starting out with a 20, not great.
Worse.
Well, we'll wait for the nat one.
Yep. There'll be 2 of them.
So we're just in the swamp right now. Is that what's happening?
Yes.
Are there any
Is
like buildings or structures or anything nearby? Or is
Not
it
that
just
you can
swamp?
see. It
Oh,
seems just swamp as far as the eye can see. It is again very misty and dank and damp, so it's hard to see at a great distance. But from everything that you can perceive, it just seems like you are in some sort of a decrepit swamp.
well, let's start walking.
Before we go, I would like to try and make some sort of note of like our surroundings so that we can like return here. Um, Either as we're moving, like make like take a knife or something and like mark trees in like the direction that would head towards us or something like that.
Sure. Um, so you mark a couple as you approach the third. Uh, Behind the tree, as you pass by, there's a man standing there, leaned against a tree, staring at you. He has
nice.
bright orange runic tattoos that are all along the side of his head travel down his neck and his arm. He has them in various other parts that you can see. He's wearing almost barbarian garb. He has large horns, drinking horns, several of them, in various ports, or like strapped to his body in various places. He just sits there and stares at you. His eyes also glow at the pupils a bright orange.
So he doesn't say anything. He just looks at me.
He's just looking at you. He's got sort of a grin on his face.
That's suspicious.
Hello.
Okay, yeah.
Briar, you approach and you greet him.
All right. So, how far is he from us?
Tacitus was just moving, like, nearby, marking trees. So he's very close to you. It's within 20, 30 feet as you pass the same tree, and you see Tacitus sort of, perked up looking at this guy.
Yeah. No, I'll keep walking forward and see what Tacitus is looking at.
Okay. As you move forward, from the sky, you pull in with your perception something massive falling from the sky. It crashes down in front of you. It shakes the ground all around you. The water and muck from the swamp sort of pulls up from the ground, and in a
Ooh.
massive, almost fiery, misty cloud of orange smoke appears a massive red dragon.
Oh,
His eyes glow
okay.
the same color as the man standing at the tree, and there's some imagery for you.
Oh
Holy
Lord,
shit!
that's
This
terrifying.
guy's
The
cool as hell.
the dragon sort of just sets its feet strongly into the ground and doesn't appear to attack at the moment, but it's like it's reared up and it's prepared in case it has to. You notice the same tattoos down the neck of the dragon and across most of its scaled body that mimic the tattoos on the man himself.
Thank you for
Okay,
giving me the next imagery for a character.
Theros,
Right?
is that you?
So
That's cool.
looking at the guy, yeah, no, Briar's just still gonna be like, "Hello, uh, do you happen to know where we are?"
He looks to you and he laughs for a moment to himself, looks down, looks at the dragon, then back to you, and he says, "He said you'd come. I don't know how he knew, but he said you'd come. Welcome to Agonas."
Who said we would come?
An ally of mine, an employer, you might say. You are further crew of the Theros, I assume.
Answer me this one question. Are you friend or are you foe?
Oh my god.
For now, neither. But if you'd like
Wait,
information, I can share it with you about where to find your crew.
neither is good
please.
enough for me.
Well, they've been enslaved by my employer. His name is Sevian Fate. They call him the Damned King around these parts. They are to be placed as warriors within the arenas.
So
What
what
was
were
what
you
was the
sent
name?
here to do?
I
Wait for us,
was sent
yes.
here to give you that information and direct you towards Sevian's palace.
Oh, interesting.
Is this the game that he's playing?
Ah, I don't step inside the mind of Sevian. Dangerous
You say
place that is.
he. Sorry. Did you say that he's your employer?
For the moment.
Hmm.
Does that name ring a bell at all?
No,
To
not
me?
something you've ever heard of.
With the roles I've been on, apparently known in this area place, I can't make a roll.
I'd say unless you've been in the underworld in the past, don't even bother rolling.
All right, that bad. Okay.
Well, it seems like we don't have a ton of options right now.
The dragon huffs for a moment, and that sort of orange embered black steam puffs out of his nose and cascades around your ankles and feet.
Did your
Besides, I'd rather not
master
fight that.
tell you why he wanted us?
He's not my master.
Your
Just employer.
employer.
Thank you.
Sorry, we've been dealing with a lot of people with masters recently.
Everybody wants to be a master.
Did your employer tell you what he wants with us?
No, no, he didn't give me much information. He just said to await the portal. He said likely those would come to seek the stolen. And if you wish to acquire them, you must meet with him and treat with him.
A fair assessment on his part. Well, I guess it sounds like our only option at the moment, unless we want to wander through a swamp for the rest of our days.
I can guide you to the palace. There we will part ways.
What was your name?
My name is Benavra. My friend here is Skolzathix. He points to the dragon.
Can we get spellings?
Yes,
Figure it out now.
the dragon name is a very dragon name spelling. So, moment.
Is it an adult dragon?
Yes, it is an adult red dragon.
I'm not fighting that. There's no chance. Benavra, skulls. This Skull.
Skolzathix.
Let's call him Skull for sure.
All right.
What reason do you have to work for this king?
He provides me things that are beneficial to me in this area. Unfortunately, I have yet to be able to leave Agonas, but inevitably Sevian will provide me what I need to move on from here.
Have you? All right. Strange question, possibly a stupid one. Have you died before?
I have.
Is that a strange question here in the underworld? Potentially.
He squints at you. He says, "Have you?"
Well,
Perhaps. Who knows?
not that I remember.
Odd, don't you think?
Incredibly, yes.
We could have died.
We very well could have, but it feels
Entirely
more as
possible.
if we were uh
What
as
is death but a state of mind anyway?
it feels more as if we came through a portal similar to the one that we just stepped through there, um, rather than actually going through the process of death.
Well,
I'm
dead or
not
not,
sure that there's anything left of us.
dead or
in
not,
I
Theros.
think
in
I
this
think
realm, you belong to Erebos.
Tassus is probably going to scoff and say none of us remember going through the larger portal, though.
Dead or alive in the underworld, it's all the same.
Yeah, Erebos. All right, sure. Um, I say let's meet this king.
Right, this way, follow me. He makes a notion to Skolzathix, and the dragon pushes off the ground. You feel this gust, a burst of wind that pushes you backwards as the dragon takes flight and disappears into the mist above. Benavra motions to you and starts marching his way through the swamp.
I thought the dragon was coming with us.
Oh,
Is this
he's
the
with
only
us.
thing? Is this the only thing that your employer has asked you to do recently?
He provides me a variety of tasks. Some of them I take on, some of them I don't. I did see your crew, though.
Were they okay?
For the most part. Some of them more so than others. His little minions collected them.
Has he ever let anybody go before?
Let anybody go. If you can achieve enough renown in his arenas, perhaps.
It's this type of place, huh? Well, I guess we'll see what he wants us to do in exchange for freeing our comrades.
He's
I'm sure it'll be nothing straightforward.
I'll tell you, he's honest to a fault, but he inevitably gets what he wants.
That's the part I'm
Honest
concerned
to a
about.
fault.
If you are willingly able to refuse him, that you have something that you want and he has something that you're able to trade equally, then I suppose this is the best we could probably hope for.
In my case, I ended up here alone. I died a most dishonorable death, one might say. But I was strong enough, and I survived on my own for a while. I avoided the arenas, and I met a particular dragon, and he pointed at the sky. We battled fiercely for quite some time before we forged somewhat of an alliance with the power gift I had before I had died. The Damned King doesn't really have the ability to control me now that I have my ally here, but we do sit amongst somewhat of a stalemate, if you will.
Mutually assured destruction of sorts.
Maybe. He's not somebody I wish to contest, and, in this realm at least, he seems to be my only means of moving on, and I would inevitably like to escape this place.
Was he the one that opened that portal back there?
He was. He was. He sends his minions throughout the realms of the underworld. He collects souls for his games, souls that don't end up here willingly or unwillingly, as it were.
Did he tell you if you plan to close that portal once we were through?
I'd imagine he will if there's nothing else left that he needs.
As long as
Sounds
there's
like we're
people
gonna have
that
to.
I think as long as there's still people on that boat, there's a possibility more will come through. Thus, he might leave it open.
Well, it also sounds like he might allow us to return if we satisfy certain conditions.
I think the words allowed to return is going to be very.
How long have you worked with this king?
Oh, hundreds of years.
I see.
Though, when you are like me and your soul is damned, those can seem like days or minutes. I vaguely remember them sometimes.
Okay, I'm going to assume he has tattoos and stuff, but does he seem like he has any symbols on him?
What are you looking for in particular?
Like something of a religion.
No, all the tattoos that you see on him seem very runic, and I'd say with your knowledge of Arcana and magic, you don't have to roll enough to see that they are some sort of
Magically
conjoining,
bind.
yeah, some sort of conjoining bound energies that seal him together with the red dragon.
I just didn't know if there was something that would point me more to a heritage or a
No,
tribe or something.
nothing among that. You would have all heard of things like this, dark magics like this, appearing in the mountains in the north. Usually amongst creatures like the Leonin, they're known to bind with creatures. But this is a man, a human man. He does not resemble a Leonin at all. But if he did acquire the skill to do so, it would have likely been uh, in the Badlands, somewhere in the north, in the mountains, around Oreskos, the plains, somewhere in there.
He's a Viking.
That's what I'm kind of getting at as far as like a tribe thing.
His garb does seem very tribal. It's not something that you would notice amongst the more free polises, the cities.
So, curiosity, are you a tribeman of the North? Or once was, anyways.
A long time ago, I traveled the plains. I was taken in by Leonin as a child.
I see. So you into the glory of Valhalla and all that?
You know,
He's here dishonorably. I don't think that's.
in in my life, I was not focused on glory. I was more focused on power, the acquisition of. I was not what you'd call a hero or a good man, as it were. I killed many.
Good or bad is perspective based.
Not in the eyes of Erebos, as it were.
Well,
What makes you believe that even after hundreds of more years of working in the king's service transactionally, choosing that you will do what you do for him, that you will ever get the means to escape?
Well, I don't know for sure, if I'm being honest with you, but inevitably I have no other option, and if I grow tired of our deal, our relationship, and he doesn't give me what I need, I will have to choose another path. And myself and Skozothics will make our choices at that time.
Perhaps.
Another more direct path, I assume.
I seek not just exit from Agonas, but exit from the underworld itself. I do not wish to follow the path of Phaнаx, but there are other ways.
The path of
Phaнаx, the
the
god of deception. The original escapee, as it were. You've not heard the legends of Phaнаx.
not since I was a child.
Well, Phaнаx was not always a god. He was immortal. He died, he ended up here in the underworld. Like me, maybe like you? Who's to know? But he was the first to discover the way out. We call it the path of Phaнаx. He swam across the Tartix. The water stripped away his identity, removed his face, removed anything that he was or is, and it left him undetectable by the gods. Athreos, Erebos, none could find him. He grew in power and spread the word of the path, and such build the army of the returned. They've been
Doesn't seem
around.
like an easy path.
They've been around for many centuries. No, it is not an easy path. You will lose your entire identity should you swim across the river, and you will emerge alive amongst the living in the real world, but you will no longer remember who you are or have any memories of your life. Many who travel the path form golden masks that they will assume the identity of when they return as a returned, but where they go from there, who's to say? It's not a path I wish to travel, as it were. I wish to remain myself.
Yeah.
As any
Agreed.
would.
We're also
Well-
trying to return back to Theros and very much would like to retain who we are.
Yes, I was going to say maybe even though we are on neutral ground, perhaps in the future, if something is found, maybe an extended auto branch of possible future allyship to be able to discover a way out of, the underworld together.
You're offering him an alliance?
Yes.
He
Like a future one if
Mhm.
things go that way.
He looks at you for a moment. And he looks up into the sky, and his eyes glow a brighter orange, very fiery for a moment. He looks back to you. Says, "Let's see how you deal with Sevian and how you perform here in Agonas. Maybe something I will consider."
Fair enough. If we're not strong enough to deal with things here, then why put trust in that? I get it.
There
Well, if
are.
this king,
Go ahead.
sorry, good.
No, you go. You're fine.
I was gonna say, well, if this king is anything like the Colosseum masters I've met in the past, they value valor above everything.
Sevian is not valorous, as one would say. I don't know how long he's been here, what his origins are, but I know he's been here for a very long time, and he more or less runs the realm, though there are competitors. Agonas is vast. For the most part, his territory is uncontested.
If we show him a performance good enough, maybe he'll let us go.
He'll want
Well,
something of you.
hopefully.
Otherwise, he wouldn't have left that portal open, I'll tell you that.
I don't doubt that much. How
I would
much longer
assume that
till we
there's
get there?
something different that they want with us. Otherwise, why not just throw us in with the rest of the crew?
Because we weren't
There's-
there.
Well, yes, but he's stating that there's some kind of parlay.
Could have been an ambush waiting for us outside of this portal. One that's a bit more hostile.
Scary thoughts, perhaps.
We could have walked out of that
Perhaps.
portal into an army.
Well, I was going to say maybe one of the things is perhaps something has seen what we can do.
As
I would-
as you continue traveling, you exit what is more swampland into very rough, rugged, hard badland. The ground is very thick and sturdy, very dusty. The mists increase, visibility reduces as you continue traveling.
You said visibility decreases?
Yes,
Mist?
yes, the mist and the fogs are getting much thicker, grayish black.
Okay.
Can you tell us anything of this realm?
Of Agonas.
Yeah. Aside from, well,
There's not
what
much.
is commonly known.
There's not much to say. Honestly, it is a realm for those who are deceitful, vile in nature when they die, whose lives were less honorable, if you will. For the most part, souls here are enslaved to eternal combat. They die over and over and over again in the arenas. Every death, they lose bits of themselves, pieces of themselves, memories. They're less and less until they are just empty husks thrown into the arena as fodder for the more powerful.
I've heard of the tales of the arena, but this swamp and this area are unfamiliar to me. And the fact that you mentioned that this king's territory is undisputed makes me think that there are others here.
There are others, many coliseums, many arenas. There are cities and palaces and demons and devils and lords and powerful creatures of all sorts, monsters, if you will, damned souls. Agonas is large. Some say it's endless. I've seen much of it in my time. This is, to be in truth, the most peaceful, if you can call it that, of the territories that I have visited.
Well, that's encouraging.
What could have possibly possessed him to take the crew?
Uh,
I don't think they fit the description of what this place is.
Sevian
Arab,
mostly seeks entertainment.
Hmm.
But if there's something
So-
that he wanted of your crew, a particular individual perhaps, there's a reason he drew you here. So I would you'll go.
He
I'm
would've-
sure he'll inform you.
He would have told you to capture us by force otherwise.
Indeed.
Perhaps it's not us that he seeks, but perhaps maybe Servus himself, or possibly those that have served Servus.
He
Hmm.
laughs a bit as you mention Savas. He's like, there are many that seek Savas.
But what greater entertainment? You take his crew, perhaps he shows.
It's
What type
true.
of entertainment does he enjoy? Does this king of yours enjoy?
Killing, slaughter, death, murder,
Whatever it is, it's twisted.
grand
Well-
combat. He enjoys playing with his toys, if you will, playing with their minds.
Hmm.
He
What more
grows
does a
quite
Colosseum
bored.
owner love?
Well, there are those that like to bloody their hands. There are those that like to see others do it. There are those that relish in other things that killing provides.
As you
I
continue,
suspect.
go ahead. You're fine.
Oh. I suspect that there will be little discussion with him, and that we will likely turn our swords on those that we know when we get there.
Each other's.
Certainly hope not.
Why
I'll
else
find
keep
out.
us alive?
We don't know. We can't make assumptions. We'll find out soon.
Foolish.
I'll say as long as you can
Well-
give him what he wants, he will assist you.
At the end of the day, what choice do we have? It's clear that we will not win a fight against him.
I
We
tell you
haven't even
this
met
for
him.
your own sake. You're coming in here wanting to rescue other members. Don't be surprised when that's not what we can do. If we have to do things that directly oppose it.
I didn't have a ton of hope anyway. Rescuing crewmates in the underworld already sounds like an impossible task. If we can rescue even one, I think that's a victory.
There are ways. There are other exits out of the underworld. Erebos will likely pursue, but his reach can only go so far.
So it seems.
As you continue through, the mist starts to clear a little bit, and you see flashes of bright light, and the rounded walls of a coliseum become visible. Banavra stops for a moment. His eyes light up again, and you see the flash of the shadow of that dragon above as it passes over. He stops and says, "Well, this is as far as I go. Before you is the palace of the damned king himself. Go ahead and enter. I'm sure he'll have somebody waiting for you."
Very, very well.
If you survive, maybe we'll meet again.
Yes, possibly future friendships.
Maybe we will.
Good luck. He moves back and disappears into the mist and fog behind you.
Well, shall we see what this damned king wants with us?
Yes, let's go seize.
And how far are we willing to go?
Don't know.
I think it depends on what he has to say.
Well,
But also
walking in
very
there, we're inevitably risking our lives, so just steel yourself for that.
do
They
keep
were
in
at
mind.
risk a while ago.
This is true.
Also keep in mind it might also depend on who he has.
Do you?
How are Gideon and Lily doing?
Lily herself has not uttered a word. Gideon has mostly stood back. Seems very much on guard, watching the rear, watching around, making sure nothing is approaching. Almost like completely at ready. Feeling like he's going to be attacked if.
I guess turning to ask them, are you willing and ready to enter?
Gideon nods. So I left my fear back on the Theros. I'm ready to move forward and do what we have to do. He looks to Lily, and she appears much less certain about things. She looks very fearful. She's mostly hidden under her hood, the hood of her cloak. But she looks at you and says, I'll do what I can, especially for Katira. If we have to go in there, I will go in with you."
All right.
Do you all move inside?
I think yes.
Yep.
Okay. As you approach the door, there are several creatures, dozens of them scattered about in front of the entryway. Most of them are chained, both at the wrists, around their arms, around their ankles. Uh, Around them, you see swirling energies. A lot of these things take the appearance of other creatures, humans, various species. They all seem in various states of terror. Some of them occasionally scream and shout. Most of them are just sobbing as these visions and images surround them. They seem to originate from the actual bodies of these people. Um, they don't seem to be running away or moving or leaving. They just seem lost in whatever terrors or despairs that they are cursed with at the moment. There
I
is
would say
a
Tacitus just grimaces and continues walking.
clear entryway, a staircase that leads up into the darkness of the interior of the Colosseum. We all continue.
Yep.
Okay.
In we
Um,
go.
Moving through, from the darkness of the interior approaches a very massive minotaur.
Well then.
Image is in the chat. He has large fangs. His eyes are completely lifeless. He carries this massive axe. The minotaur himself is just covered in dried blood. Looks like maybe not recently having killed anything, but not caring to wash off what remains of things he has killed in the past. Approaches you from the darkness. Master has been awaiting you. Approach.
After you.
He
Does
steps
he like
aside.
block the way?
No,
or-
he steps aside and points down a corridor to your left, a rounded corridor that leads further into the Colosseum. Just follow through. You will see the doors to the Master's entry.
I start walking.
Yeah.
Okay. As you pass through, there's a number of chained individuals. You see many staircases going down into what appear to be dungeons of sorts. You see a lot of flickering fire and lights below as you pass by. You can see the interior of the Colosseum in certain areas. Looks very well lit, very open and sandy. The visions you get of it as you pass through some of these windows and areas that pass directly into the Colosseum grounds, most of them are caged and sealed by portcullis or gateways of sorts. But there's just blood everywhere, remnants of the dead just left behind, dismembered in various states, in varied states of decay. Some of them look more recent. Some of them are just bone with bits of flesh still attached. You pass through just a short walk ahead, and you do see what are two large, very black, bluish gold doors. The Minotaur grunts as you reach the doorway, and he says, "Let yourselves in."
Those we will.
Okay. Entering inside, uh, the room is very lavish. There's a lot of shouting going on in here. People are laughing and drinking. They seem to be warriors in various appearances, various armors. There are humans, elves, minotaurs, satyrs, triton, creatures of all kinds, but atop a throne, a very lavish black gold throne, sits who you can assume to be Sevian Fate. I'm going to give you an image here. The second you all enter, everything
Can you spell his
silences.
name?
Yes. Moment.
Sevian Fate.
As you enter the room, silence. Everybody stops what they're doing. They stop their drinking. They stop their celebration, and all eyes and heads turn to look at you. They clear a pathway through the center to lead you up to Sevian himself.
I guess I'll take the lead along with, or yeah, I'll take the lead.
Okay. Gideon follows behind you.
Yep, I'll follow.
I'll follow.
Elwyn's up there as well.
Okay. Lily stays behind. She's very uncomfortable glaring at the various people who are all just staring you all down. As you approach, Sevian looks at you. He glances for a moment. He has two small skeletal birds. I'm going to give you the image of them. He's tossing them bits of flesh that they're sort of munching on that are disappearing into the skeletal remains of them and then just falling onto the floor below. He, for a moment, doesn't address you. As you reach his throne, sort of ignores you 10, 15, 20 seconds, and then looks to you. Says, I knew you'd come. Welcome. Welcome. I assume you're here for your friends.
We
That is
are.
correct.
Well, they're still mostly intact. Some of them have fallen in the arena. Others prevailed. Some haven't had their first bouts yet. But I knew you would come inevitably.
What made you so certain?
Well, you see, my friends here. This is Hack and this is Sever. He points to the two skeletal birds.
I love that.
They are seers of a kind. They travel the realms for me. They keep an eye on things. If any events take place that should require attention, I can see with them. So you see, I've seen much, and I've seen you and your allies and your crew and your captain and your activities. So I wish to profit, obviously. When
I see.
Obviously.
Called it.
when the moment seemed right, I collected and brought your friends here. Now, the group of you are a bit different, aren't you?
Perhaps.
He leans forward, puts his elbows on his knees, and glares at you guys a bit. As well, I assume you want your friends back.
Yes.
But what will you ask of us in exchange?
Just that you have a little fun in my arena.
Define a little.
I will contract with you. There will be 3 battles as a group, and then I will have individual fights set up for all of you. Complete these tasks and survive, and I will release you and your friends, and provide you demon flight over the Tartix. But there is
Over the
something
what?
else. The Tartix River, of course.
Mm.
You will be returned, removed from the underworld. I cannot guarantee that it will not displease Erebos. He may seek you, but you will be returned. But in exchange, there's one more thing I require.
The catch.
I require Savas and the creature that he carries with him.
What creature do you speak of?
The little fleshy fish thing.
Blish?
Is that what it calls itself?
So you there's been a lot that's happened recently. And it's recently come to our attention that there's possibly more than one Savas.
I don't care about the other one. The one I seek is the skeletal, the remains of what he was. You see, I have the other half of a set, if you will. Uh, I require that one specifically.
Huh. So that's where Savas went off to.
No, no, no. It is not the other half of Savas. Just someone that meant a lot to him at the time. The Savas that you knew, your captain escaped the underworld with her, but she also left a bit of herself behind. You see, I have that part, and now I want the bit of him left behind.
Do
You're
we
a
have time
collector.
to. Sorry.
You're a
did-
collector.
Uh, sometimes, if the items are worthy enough. As it were, I believe the pair of them are important to me for a reason. I do not wish to
What's
disclose my reasons, but if you provide me the things that I seek, you provide me glorious battle in my arena, then I will release your friends and I will provide you escape.
I have a question.
Hmm?
Were you responsible for the bodies found chained to the hull of the Caesaris?
not directly. My what should I call them? They're not my army. They're just creatures that I deal with. I gift them things to collect things for me. Unfortunately, occasionally they're a little bit more barbaric than myself. There was some resistance, so unfortunately they had to make an example. Why they do the things they do, I couldn't tell you, but it wasn't under my order. In any case,
Is the crew safe right now?
they are safe. Again, some perished in initial bouts, some attempted to resist and were cut down, as it were. But for the most part, they are all safe. They have not seen combat yet, and should you agree to my terms, they will never see combat.
So you can guarantee that they will not be our opponents in any situation.
I can guarantee that they will not be your opponents in these battles.
And do we have time to consider this task before accepting?
You can have some time, but you cannot leave this room until you give me an answer.
Well, I guess an opportunity for us to discuss amongst ourselves.
He leans back and picks up a very large goblet next to him. It's fine. Take your time. You can remain here as long as you'd like.
I
He
look
lean-
around for like a table that's kind of far.
Okay. He leans back and just, in a very bored state, continues drinking, throwing bits of meat to his birds, continuing to do so. The other individuals in the room go back to their states. They're still not as quite as loud and raucous as they were when you came in, but they are again conversing amongst each other, and they seem to be avoiding your group. But you are able to find sort of a quiet space with seating at a table that you can meet and speak, if you would.
I point over to that table and I say, I think we need to talk about this.
Gideon
Yes,
nods.
let's.
Okay, so you all move over and sit down.
Yeah. In a sort of hushed voice, Owen says, on the one hand, we have escape from this underworld, potentially. Although, who knows if we can trust this dude? I don't think we can. But potentially escape and the crew. And on the other hand, he wants the skeleton and the little friend that we had found. And of course, us battling, but I think that part is fine.
I have no attachment to either that fish thing that you found or the former captain.
While I did
Especially-
enjoy the little fish's company, I don't necessarily value it over my own life, that's for sure.
And the life of the entire crew that remains.
Sure. Yeah, that too.
I have some doubts as to whether we'll be able to capture that part of the captain, but that's a problem for the later.
Well,
Well,
the thing is, do you think he knows that it's so easily accessible at the moment?
he
What I-
opened that portal.
What
There's
I don't,
no way he doesn't.
So are we fine confirming that?
What are we confirming exactly?
We're
That he
fine
knows
telling
about the
him
portal?
that. Well, he knows about the portal, obviously, but the other part is just confirming that you're aware that that part of Savas and its little friend is currently on
Oh, I mean,
Ceres
I'm
through the
sure he wouldn't
portal.
have asked. I'm sure he wouldn't have asked us about it if he didn't know that already. Considering he was watching us the whole time with his little birds.
correct, which makes me wonder why he doesn't just go through the portal and snatch him himself. Why
Exactly.
do we have to lure him?
Although this is the damned king we're talking about, I don't think he does any of his own work.
Even so, sending someone to lure him could be a possibility. Why us?
This is true, but we also know firsthand just how powerful that skeleton is.
The fish
Oh.
also trusts you. Or trusts
Oh, I
someone
could
else,
I
at
could
least.
get Splish in here. That wouldn't be a problem. But to be quite frank, being told that this this other half of Savas that got thrown out here is considered the corrupt, evil, violent side. But we don't necessarily know that. It could very well be possibly the good side of Savas that's here, that's been separated instead.
Well, if we're to trust Fabian, I think it is the evil side.
I don't know.
Either way, what we have in front of us is a deal where we offer up these two beings, we fight 3 bouts, and we potentially leave this underworld and go back to reality.
Gideon,
Or,
good.
I was
Continue.
saying, or we fight our bouts, we deliver these creatures, we get betrayed, and we're trapped here. Also
Gideon,
a possibility.
Gideon leans forward. He says, "I believe the only other option would be outright battling all of them,
That
which
might
I'm
not
is
be
kill us.
favorable.
not sure
not
we
an
would
option.
survive."
Absolutely kill us. Let's not forget under his employ is a man with a dragon.
True.
I don't know if any of you have faced a dragon before, but those things are terrifying. I don't think I'd want to.
It, hmm.
If we wanted to do that, we shouldn't have come here in the first place.
Correct.
Correct. So what we have now is either we negotiate his deal a little bit, or we take it as it is.
And what would
If
we negotiate?
I don't think there's going to be much to.
Well, we can perhaps understand if there's a way to make the second part of this deal easier in terms of delivering this Savas and Splish.
Well, one
Perhaps we
thing.
don't need to do all the work ourselves.
Well, I was going to say one of the things is we would have to go back, regardless one way or another, to go get that half of Savas and Splish.
Right back. I'm gonna run to the bathroom.
Okay.
Is there a possibility that half of Savas could be really strong? I mean,
I mean,
if
we saw what that skeleton could do.
I know,
I
but
didn't. What can it
if
do?
That thing can hit.
well, I assume. Okay, so hear me out. If the lure, the bait that I'm assuming has been given us, and one of the things that would bring it here would be the fact that the other half of his wife, friend, whatever it is here. That would probably lead Savas here. But if we were to, I don't know, weaponize him in a way, we might. I don't know.
And it's possible that that remnant, the skeleton version of Savas, is trying to find this place himself. If his if it's to believe if it's to be believed that the damn king has something that important to Savas, it's possible this version of him that was left behind in the underworld is desperately chasing that.
It could be a secondary goal to it that might not be chasing now, but I don't want to abandon that half of Savas because for some reason I think there's more to the story. I think it's gonna be something that helps us.
For now, we don't have free reign to even leave this room. I say we go with it for now.
Basically just go with it and plan things as they come.
I don't know about you all, but I personally don't really care to save Savas. I don't have that kind of attachment to him.
As
I
long as it's not the version we know.
I'm not sure I care about our captain as much
What's
after
Gideon's
events that have happened.
reaction right now?
Gideon
I
is
just
mostly listening to the things that you are saying. If you can ask his opinion if you'd like.
I personally just like to have the full story before I make complete choices of that nature. Handing over half of him and whatnot, we don't know the full story.
I agree.
But what I know is
Pragmatically.
that
I mean,
Yeah.
in the same case, to say that you don't care about that half, why do you care about the crew members that are here then?
what I know is
That's-
that there are people trapped here that are innocent crew members, people just living on the Theros. And then there's Savas, whose machinations are what brought us here. That's a fact we know,
But how
regardless
much
of
do
what his
we?
intentions are.
But how much do we know that it was completely under his control fully, and not the person that's working with him?
Whether it was his control or not, he was complicit. And the people on this crew, innocent people who lived on the Savas, had no say. And now they might be trapped down here fighting in a coliseum for the rest of eternity. So to me, like, it's clear
So
who needs saving.
let me ask you this then, and this is more of curiosity. If we ran into Desmond, are you going to strike him down? Or if you see a way that to help him get rid of the curse items or whatever it is that's controlling him, are you going to help?
If there's a way to save him, then yes. But if saving him
But you're
puts the
saying,
lives of innocents at risk, then no. If it means sacrificing the crew members to save Galen, I will not save Galen. I will strike him down where he stands. But that is just my opinion. Obviously, I don't have all the say here.
so a band that has curse items on him that's making him do things not completely under his control, that has killed a bunch of crewmates, you're going to try to save if it's possible. But for someone else that might be under a same situation by another figure, you're not going to attempt it because he sent everyone here. Gotcha.
Yes, because I doubt Savas was under the control of a cursed object when he did that.
No, I'm saying a person, but yeah, I get it.
All I know is that I will take saving the innocent lives when I can.
That we agree on. Um, but yeah, I'd be curious on Gideon's perspective with all this.
Gideon leans forward. He seems pretty deep in thought. He's saying, "Oh, I don't know what choice we have to say which matters to me more, Savas or the crews. They're one and the same to me. But I think if Savas, what I know of him, could give himself for his crew, he would. To give himself for their safety, he would do so. So I believe we should take this vile creature's deal and keep an eye on the situation. If we find any way out of it that is better, would lead to a better results, then we take it.
One thing we must not do is fully trust it.
I do not.
We need to be ready at any moment to be betrayed by him. Well, if we're all in agreement, then I suppose we should deliver our cord.
Does everybody agree?
Yes, though I'd like to ask him a few things before we do.
The king?
Yes.
Oh, yes, I think that's probably a good idea. I would also like clarification on the second part of this task because it's a little too vague at the moment.
I'll follow your leads. I'm gonna play this by ear, though.
Do as you will. And then Elwin's gonna stand up.
Okay. Do you all approach Sevian?
Yeah, let's approach again.
Okay. So again, as you get up, the room seems to quiet down again. All eyes turn to you, and the individuals in the room make way, move for you to approach the king's throne. He's still just sitting there drinking, doesn't acknowledge you as you approach.
We've completed our discussions, but we do have a couple of questions. And I look over to Briar.
He sets his goblet down on the edge of the throne, sighs for a moment. Okay, What would you like to know?
You said that there would be a contract involved. Is
Hmm.
the contract mutually binding?
It is. It will be bound in blood.
So we have your word that everything in the contract is as it will happen.
Indeed, my blood will be bound to the contract as is yours.
And then in regards to this piece of Savas that you seek, I presume you are aware of its current location.
I am. It's quite unfortunate that you reunited it with its version of its vessel.
Is there a reason you're unable to go through that portal?
I could go through the portal. I could travel wherever I wish, but I have other tasks, other things I must focus on.
Inside check that.
Okay.
Inside 15.
Seems like he's hiding something.
Could your
Same.
Ghost Army not simply capture that portion of Savas?
I'm sorry, what was your question? I didn't hear the first half.
So could your supposed not army of specters not go capture Savas for you?
They're quite useless when it comes to more powerful beings. Unfortunately, even though it is just a remnant of his entire power, the leftovers of Savas, if you will, are still quite powerful. I've attempted to acquire him in the various planes. He hides very well, but at times I do find him, and he has eliminated anything that I have sent to capture him in the past.
Have you asked Benavra?
But Navra cannot leave this plane yet, and he serves me too well here. I cannot allow him to leave the plane and travel because I don't know if he'd come back. He still owes me a debt.
I see.
And you think that we'll be able to capture Savas in his current form?
Capture, maybe, convince, more likely.
Well, I can tell you now, he's not listened to a word we've said.
Oh,
Well,
certainly.
if he learns of the fate of his crew, if he learns of the fate of his beloved Belle, perhaps he'll change his mind.
Do you want us to bring him here alive? Well, I say alive, but in his current state. Maybe that's not the correct word.
In his current state, indeed. I think he will come. I think he will attempt to fight. I hope he does, honestly. But if he's here in my realm, in my territory, my power is quite influential. I believe I can secure him. So what will it be? Will you sign this contract? Will you aid me, and then I may aid you in return?
Is there anything that you can provide to us that would assist us in the second part of this task?
No.
Suppose just the information.
Not even
that we got.
information.
I've given you all the information you need.
I look around at the group just to see where everybody's at.
Gideon arcs an eyebrow at you as if he doesn't trust the situation, but he nods in at least solidarity.
I would say Tassus probably just has his arms crossed. Probably also doesn't trust it, but is not. Is sort of fine going ahead at this point. Like, is unaware of the details of like magic contracts like that. So, if you're not immediately balking at the idea, he would not like
Do I
think weirdly of it.
know? Do I know if a contract like this would bind a creature like Savian?
It would. Yeah, these sort of contracts, at least Given his appearance, he's some sort of devil. These contracts are binding on both sides. They don't usually sign these contracts to benefit the other, though. At least the individual who requests the signing gains much more than is received.
Which still might be the case here. We just don't know. We don't know what he gains by us delivering this skeleton to him.
Hurts.
Um,
You were saying
Yeah,
something,
Chris.
Byron?
Crix.
I was just gonna say, Crix has his arms folded, kind of leaned back a little bit. You've seen it before, Elwyn. There's a high probability that he's probably not gonna sign. He's untrusting.
So we've got Gideon and Tacitus who are not trusting this, but are willing to move forward. And then we have Crix who is not trusting and not willing to go forward. What kind of look does Briar have on their face?
Briar is very concerned at the moment, but she doesn't really see any other options at the moment, so she's willing to move forward.
Would this contract need all of us to agree?
Not necessarily. If anybody would not like to sign, I can simply throw you in a cell and allow you to just battle in my arena for the rest of eternity.
Oh, I see. And then I look back at Crix.
So this is going to be a forced thing, regardless. You get your way.
Oh, it's not forced by any means. You have options. Obviously, I've laid them out before you.
Oh yes. No, force is
So-
when you have to pick one or the other, and there's no choices.
Well, you did walk into my palace, as it were.
Yes. Yes.
At least
Well,
I give you a choice.
I guess we're gonna, once we've confirmed the contents of this contract, I guess we'll go forward. Always got to read the contracts before you sign.
Okay. He nods to you all, and he raises a finger. You hear a slight hiss sound from the room in the silence. A very small, white, slithering creature slithers in the ground between you, moves itself up the stairs onto the arm of his throne. It's very pale white, has very beady little red eyes, and it begins to slither and spin and circulate on the edge of the throne, and it materializes a large scroll, a paper that grows and increases in length. Sevian cuts a small hole to his finger and presses it into the edge of the paper along the top of the throne, and writing begins to appear. As it all completes, the creature slithers back away and behind the throne. He lifts the paper, looks it over, and hands it to you.
I'd like to step up and look at it with him.
Yeah, I'm gonna carefully inspect this
Okay.
contract.
What language is it?
It's legible to all of you.
Okay, cool.
The words do seem to like shift and transform, but everything is legible and clear. And it is written in what appears to be his blood. Ink is very red and black. It basically defines what he said to you, that you are to take part in 3 team battles for him, and then each of you will have an individual battle as he deems necessary and against whom he deems worthy. It then states that he'll release you to acquire the remains of Savas and bring him back. Upon returning him, he'll release the crew and you, and if you so choose, provide you demon flight over the River Tartix back into the realm of the living for you and your entire crew.
Can I maybe do like an investigation or arcana or something to see if there's any sort of hidden things in this contract?
Yeah, you can do both.
All right. Wow, same number for both. 14 plus 6, 20.
Okay. Nothing appears hidden or masked. It definitely gives the vibe of dark magic, dark energy, but there doesn't appear to be any hidden motive here. Everything appears plainly spelled out and presented.
Doesn't seem like there's any catches at the moment.
No, I
We-
think he's honest. I think it's as Benafra said.
If we do what it says, he's contractually obliged to give us what he said he would.
He
We just need to make sure that we can do it.
he leans forward, and as he speaks, additional writing appears on the bottom of the page, though. So if you do not complete the arrangement of this contract, your souls will be bound here to Agonas within my Colosseum and to me for eternity if you attempt to betray me. The same.
Now that's a new condition that you did not mention before.
Well, I'm mentioning it now. So
Well, I missed it. What?
he said if you fail to complete the contract or if you attempt to betray him in any way, your souls will be bound to the realm of Agonas and to his specific territory and to him for eternity.
Don't like that.
Well, if you get a conditional, can we add that if you try to deceive or betray us, that all things that have been promised to us will immediately become ours?
He leans back, he glares at you for a moment and laughs. You know, I'm in a giving mood today. Yes, I can agree to that. And again, he lifts his finger a bit, and the writing appears on the contract to reinforce this statement.
And can we make sure that the crew is the Tavares crews?
Absolutely, it is the Theros crew. The writing clearly defines each of their names, and if you look at the back, it will have their names individually listed.
I'm immediate. Can I see that?
Yes.
I would like to look for the names of Ripley's crew.
Yeah, all of the names are there except for Shalir, notably.
Is that one of the ones that was bound on the hull?
No.
No. Okay.
It'd be one of the ones that died earlier in the Colosseum.
Or something else, yeah.
He did say that there were some of those.
And we won't be imprisoned. This says that you will release us, but there's nothing that says you will not attempt to keep us here otherwise.
I will not attempt to keep you here again. The contract states that I will even provide you flight by demon escorts across the River Tartix. Though I will say the trip will be dangerous. I have never failed a delivery back to the world of the living.
How
Seems
many
like
have you
all we
done?
have-
Oh, hundreds, at least, souls that I deem worthy that form agreements with me if they complete their contractual obligations. I assist them in escape.
Can I insight?
Go ahead.
Dirty 20.
It seems like he's being honest. Though you don't see any facial recognition or sneers or anything of the kind that would insinuate that he's lying to you.
Okay. I'm ready to sign it.
Well, I don't like everything in the contract. I suppose we don't have much of a choice.
Gideon nods. I agree. I don't know what choice we have opposed to outright killing this creature. And he looks to Sevian, who sort of just glares and smiles at him as he says so.
Seems success is our only option.
As is ever. Lily, who's been in the back, who's been very hushed this entire time, looks to you all as well. It appears I don't have much choice. I don't believe this is what I thought would happen arriving here, but I'll do what I can. I'll sign.
Fortunately, too late for us to turn back. However, if we can do this, we are all but guaranteed the safety of the crew and our own escape from the underworld. If we fail, we end up in the situation we would be if we just denied the contract outright.
Gideon looks to Sevian and approaches for a moment. He says, I have one more request of you, as it were, if we're to complete what you'd ask. He leans back, Sevian, and says, I tire of your requests, but I will hear one more. Gideon asks, the soul of Zane Farrow. Where is he? Do you know where he is? Have your creatures, and he points to the birds, have they seen him? Have they spotted him?
Owen perks up at this.
You were guy.
Sevian leans forward, glares at Gideon for a moment. He says, fine. It will convince you to sign, and we can end this pointless interaction and lead us to the glory of combat within my Colosseum. I can tell you that your old friend Pharaoh, his soul did enter the underworld. On this plane, he is not. Gideon
Interesting.
steps forward a little bit, then where? As well. Let me say, if you complete the contract as requested, I will give you that information upon your success. Gideon looks to all of you.
Put
Owen
in the
nods.
contract and I'll sign it.
Deal.
Fair enough.
He presents the contract to you all. He says, just a drop of your blood pressed to the paper will suffice.
I'll prick my thumb with a knife.
Gideon does the same. Presses
Yeah,
it to the page.
Briar follows.
Yeah, Owen does the same.
Lily also follows through, presses her finger to the page. The contract glows with the reddish magical energy that you also feel pass through all of you and through your bodies. You can feel the blood connection of yourselves to the contract and to Sevian as well. He rolls the piece of paper up, lets it sit down on the arm of his throne. Says, very well. You're free to leave the room. You are free to travel about the Colosseum as you will. You have my blessing to move about and find quarters as you see fit. I will notify you, and my subordinates will notify you when it's time for you to fight. Any questions?
Are we able to see the crew members?
No. Not until you've
that's
completed
just-
your task.
Well, the contract is there, so we know that they're at least alive.
They are alive and well, and like I said, I will not introduce them to arena combat.
Very well. We'll take our leave then.
Please do. And he leans back and looks back to his drink and continues as he was. The room again just erupts into more of that raucous celebration behavior. And there's a pathway left open for you to return to the door from which you entered.
Yeah, I'll leave.
As we leave, can I try and listen in to see if like I can hear anything in particular about like us being talked about in the groups?
As you pass through, most of them are just boasting about kills in battle, fights they've had in the arena recently. Some of them seem to be boasting about their lives past and certain exploits and things that they've done. They don't seem to be interested in you or talking about you at all.
Okay.
As you reach the door that you came in, that large looming minotaur glares at you and he says, "Be aware, you will be watched. Keep yourselves in line."
All right,
Do you exit
let's
out?
explore.
Curiosity. When we were looking at the names that were on the list, was any of Gideon's crew were on there, like Bill Barrowborn or
Yes.
those?
Yep, Bill
Okay, so
Barrowborn
then you
was
guys
on
still
there.
alive.
Yeah, several of his crew members were on there. Alvia Vesta, the name was on there. One of the Genasi members of the crew. On the
Just-
list. Karina
Just for
Nels, and also Deva Valdemar, the one of the larger members of the crew. What were you saying?
just for shits and giggles. Because I don't think he's on there. But was Sam Strickland on there?
Yes, Sam Stricken is on that list.
Oh, that makes me happy.
It seems he didn't escape as you wished.
Is that the dwarf dude who was trying to?
That was the man with the parrot, the purple parrot.
Oh yeah, the
That
parrot
had-
guy.
The one I signed a contract for.
Yes,
Right.
that said
Well,
he had a way off the
we
ship. It doesn't seem he quite made it.
we just made a deal with the devil. Sounds
Literally.
like a normal afternoon activity for us at this point.
Seems so. Anyone wants to sign more contracts? Damn us some more.
I think I've had enough contracts for a lifetime.
As you exit, you do hear roars and cheers coming from the Coliseum main, the central area.
Anyone want to go watch a fight? See what we're in for?
You know what? That is not exactly a bad idea. Let's see what it is that he might throw at us.
Do you make your way out to the Coliseum proper?
If everybody else is in agreement.
Gideon and
Yeah.
Lily not.
I wanna. I'm curious about looking like in the sky to see if I see that dragon, or hear any signs of that dragon.
Once you get out to the open area of the Coliseum.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes, so you all venture out. You find an entryway that leads out to the seating amongst the Coliseum. There's hundreds and hundreds of souls here in various states. Some of them are jumping, cheering, screaming, shouting, throwing things into the arena. Others are just somberly sitting or staring blankly ahead. Various states of fragmented souls out here. Others do seem to be fighters, champions. They have weapons. Some of them have many battle scars and so forth. Some of them are armored, very well armored, and beautiful adorned sets. Others have very like awful, broken, damaged sets as well. They look like they've been injured in the past. But it seems like there's both a combination of fighters out here who seem to be free of any sort of confinement, and then others who just seem to be maybe residents of the realm, other souls that are here that either are unable to fight, unwilling to fight, or have just lost enough of themselves that they have no idea who they are at this point, and they're just remnants. Looking up Tacitus, you don't notice any sign of the dragon. I'll note that you are keeping an eye out, though, as you.
Okay.
Do you wish to find seats?
Yeah, I do.
I'm gonna be right back.
So in the central portion of the arena, the first thing you see are several massive alligator-looking creatures. They're green and white, but they have also black flecked scales that look razor sharp even from the distance that you're looking. The only other individual in the arena, aside from these dozen or so alligator-like creatures, is a woman. She has red hair. And she's fighting with what appear to be chains. She's swinging the chains around, crushing them against these creatures, binding them, trying to choke and sever pieces of them with these chains, and she's doing so quite successfully. It looks like she's killed 3 of the creatures. Their bodies are scattered about. She leaps and weaves and dodges, and she's very acrobatic in the combat that she's performing. The gators themselves are very quick, speedy, snapping at her in multiple locations. But she seems like she's deftly able to avoid most of them, even if some of their snaps and attacks with their tails brush almost so close to her that it appears they should cut her. She's able to just avoid. She seems very at peace while she's fighting as well. She seems very calm. The fight itself takes maybe 15-20 minutes. The entire time she's acrobatically moving between these creatures and killing them one at a time, back to back. I'm going to give you the image. of her as well.
Crix is just like leaning forward with like a notepad and like a little like black chalk, and he's like making sketches of the gators.
Okay.
He's basically the whole time that they're fighting, he's like sitting there studying them.
Okay. Yeah. Gideon is pretty focused as well. Lily seems to cringe at the sight of things and sort of looks away, but she peeks every now and then at the sight before her. As the woman defeats many of them, a larger portcullis opens in the opposite side of the arena from you, and rambles out a creature similar to these alligators, but much larger. It walks on just its two hind legs in more of a humanoid nature, and its two front arms are much larger and longer. The rest of it, though, seems to have the full length and body of one of these alligator creatures. It just looks larger, older, maybe. As she kills the last of the smaller ones, the creature charges at her. She effortlessly lashes her chains out at the creature. They wrap around one of its legs, and she yanks, and it pulls it off its feet, lands on its side. She leaps into the air, powerfully and high up into the air, lands at the creature's necks, and wraps the chains around the neck and just spines and squeezes from two directions. Slowly, the neck of the creature is just crushed, and she severs the head, hops down, and just walks calmly from the arena. The entire time, there's just raucous cheers and screaming and shouting from the Coliseum as well. It grows louder and louder and louder as she finishes this fight, before she just carelessly leaves through one of the smaller portcullis at the end of the arena.
I think I'm gonna cheer.
Okay. Now you don't see any
Yeah.
sign of the dragon throughout this fight. Things do start to calm down. Following the fight, you hear what sounds like announcements. They're in a language you don't seem to understand. People get up, leave. Some of them stay, sit down. They seem to be discussing what they just saw. People discussing looking forward to the next fight, the next bout. You notice there's also several large, more prominent viewing areas at the upper portions of the Coliseum, where individuals who look to be almost like wealthy participants sit and stare. They resemble Sevian in a nature, not in the devilish form that he has, but in their garb, in their attitude, and their presentation, they seem to be more prominent than the rest of the people here in the arena.
Around us, is there anyone that seems, I would say, more composed slash has been around for a long enough time that like they're, I don't know, I guess like I'm looking for other people to talk to.
Roll investigation. And what you're looking for, like warrior type individuals, or
Yeah, I would say people that have like participated, but not the ones that are like so bashed up that they would have like, lost lost memories of like, who they were or like that sort of stuff.
okay.
Well, fuck me. 3.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, looking about, the crowd is just too thick. People are moving in and out very quickly. Of the individuals you see sitting down, nobody really looks like they are combatants at all, or at least combatants of any prominence. Anybody else? What would you guys like to do?
I'm not fully sure what the current situation is, so I'm just gonna
Uh,
chill.
yeah, basically they just finished watching this fight, this battle, and you're all seated in the Coliseum now. You're not sure exactly when Sevian's going to call on you to complete your first bout of combat,
Hmm.
but you are free to explore the Coliseum. He said, at your will.
Yeah. If it doesn't seem like there's about to be another fight, I think we should go explore.
About to be another bout.
It's
Yeah.
yeah. It seems like at the
That-
moment there are creatures in the central area of the arena that are dragging some of these alligator corpses out, bit by bit. But doesn't appear to be any sort of a fight that's going to take place anytime soon.
I say let's go explore a little bit.
Everybody in agreement?
Yeah. I think I want to search. I
Are
want.
you... Go ahead.
I want information from others who have been here. Others who may have taken a similar deal as us.
Well, I think we'll certainly run into a variety of people if we just walk around. If we see someone like that, we can stop them and ask.
Yeah, whatever you'd like to do. You're not really familiar with the layout of this place. So you would really just be sort of wandering in directions, learning as you go.
Yep. I wanna try to get a layout of the place.
Okay.
Beyond circular.
And Tacitus, you just want to keep an eye out for individuals that seem like they might
Yeah,
have.
like either a waiting room or like a resting area for combatants, something like that. That's what I'm specifically looking for.
Okay. Anybody else want to be looking out for anything as you travel? Do you have any goals while you're sort of investigating this Coliseum?
I think I'm gonna keep an eye out for anybody that stands out a little more than the other members of the Coliseum.
Okay.
Any like notable presences or people.
Okay. And Crix, anything?
No, not really. I guess I'm just gonna look around to see if I see anyone I know, either from the crew or just something in general.
Okay. So everybody roll. You could roll either perception or investigation, depending on what you want to do. If you want to look for something specific information, roll investigation, and let me know what you're searching for. And otherwise, if you want to just listen in, try to hear conversations or spot something, spy something, roll perception.
25 investigation.
Jesus Christ. 7 perception.
Uh,
25.
22 perception.
22.
and 23 investigation. I want to specifically, like I said, kind of be mapping the place, and I want to have an understanding of like, okay, these are kind of living quarters, these are like a mess hall, this is the locker area. I want to kind of understand how this is laid out.
Okay. So you all make your way out of the seating area back into the more circular corridors of the Colosseum. It seems to be a bit of a maze at first. There are several staircases that move down into what is like an undercroft or structures down below. Um, People seem to be moving about back and forth. There seem to be a separation of individuals who are free to roam as they please, and you also see people who are chained and shackled that are sort of being dragged places. Most of them being dragged down into the areas below. Um, as you explore the areas above, everything is just circular hallways. There are large doors and rooms that you can see. There are several areas that seem to be just seating areas. There's a multitude of warrior-like class individuals that are in various states that are sitting, eating, drinking. Some just sitting, staring, biding their time. There are areas that you pass where there's active training going on. People seem to be sparring and practicing fighting with each other. You'd notice, from the most part, from the people here above, they all seem to be enjoying themselves. Uh, they don't seem like like they're upset about being here. None of them seem very angry. Uh, they all seem at least content with their situations.
I'm
Do
gonna
you?
specifically look for like a group of people that are brawling, like hand-to-hand combat. No one using like specific weapons or stuff.
Okay. As you travel through, for the most part, there's a lot of weapon combat, sword combat, staves, hammers. There
Or I
seems
guess if it's like if this stuff is like to the death, or if it's like there's like training quote unquote weapons or stuff like that.
they're using actual weapons, real weapons, but they don't seem to be aiming to kill. They do seem to be sparring, practicing.
Okay. Well, then I'm mostly then looking out for people that are looking to fight.
Okay. Um, roll investigation on that one, since you rolled a perception before.
Let's see if we can get higher than a 10 today. Well, that's a 1.
Oh my god.
No.
Oh,
Well,
Tacitus. Yeah, you're just still like lost. You're in a combination of emotion. There's a little bit of anger, there's a little bit of hesitation, and just still there's so much emotion involved in where you are and what's going on. You are attempting to see the things that you're trying to see and find what you're trying to find, but you just can't quite focus enough to really get an idea of anything that's going on. You're looking for so many things and for so specific things, you're not noticing anything.
Wonderful.
Crix, as you pass through and move about the upper areas of the Colosseum, at least the main level of the Colosseum here, you don't see or hear any sign of anybody that you know, anybody of the crew of the Theros. Nobody seems to talk about it or speak of it. You hear conversation about fights that happened recently. They're all pretty nondescript. Don't really give you any signal that anybody here cares or maybe even knows about the crew of the Theros or their whereabouts or what they're doing, and you don't spot anybody or hear anything about anybody in the crew.
all right. Nothing on people that I know their names and stuff either. Like the new guy that we just met, the Narva.
Benavra, yeah, no, you don't hear anything about Benavra. Nothing that you specifically recognize. You're obviously surrounded by what is souls of the deceased. And again, from what you hear from a lot of these people, it is very what you would assume would be individuals that ended up in the dishonorable end of the underworld. They're all very cutthroat, very very braggadocious. They are more just boasting of their feats. How they've killed people. Uh, how pathetic their opponents were, things like that. But yeah, no words of anybody that you would recognize. Briar, you're able to sort of get a pretty good map of the area in your head. As you travel, you do notice that there are sort of circular ramps that lead up into what would be more of the upper levels of the Colosseum, and there's also many staircases that lead into the darker, undercroft areas of the Colosseum as well. And you're able to, as you sort of round the structure, and it's massive as you walk through. And in the time, if you wanted to spend an hour at least walking through this area, you've only seen maybe 25%, like a corner of it, of this main level. The structure is very, very large. The hallways wide, ceilings tall. The various rooms that you see are also pretty vast in appearance, at least. And you're able to get the idea that from what you see, the main level seems to just be the random warriors who at least are prominent enough that they have the freedom to move about. But they don't seem at all willing to move up, which means they're likely not permitted to be anywhere but this level.
Interesting.
And you do notice several of the people that are dragged and chained being pulled down below, which is likely where anybody deemed unworthy is. That aren't worthy enough to be on this main level. Perhaps they're new, they haven't proven themselves in combat yet, or they have died before, and their souls have been reborn, and they're being dragged back down to the depths below, being unworthy of staying above, remaining above. So you notice a clear hierarchy, at least amongst what is clearly the participants of the battles here at the Colosseum.
Okay. And when we were given our, not instructions per se, but uh, given leave, and he said we can go wherever, he didn't say anything about upstairs being off limits, right?
He said you had free reign of the Colosseum.
Of the Colosseum.
Mhm.
Okay.
I don't think we're bound by the same rules at the moment. Not until we've offered our souls to Agonas.
And are we still traveling as a group right now?
Yep.
Or did we?
Until you guys say otherwise, you are traveling as a group.
Okay.
I'm apparently unable to see fucking anything, so I'm not going off alone.
Oh man. I'm gonna point out to the others that there doesn't seem to be a lot of foot traffic going upstairs at the moment. Well, I'm curious to see what the rest of this main floor has. If the upstairs is included in our free reign of the Colosseum, I'm curious to go up there.
Tassus would honestly, at this point, just head up there.
He just starts walking.
Yeah.
So you
Have I
angle off.
spotted an-
What's that?
Wait, have I spotted anybody yet?
Not yet.
Sort of matches what I'm looking for.
Not
Okay.
yet. I still have your information. As you keep traveling, I'll let you know if anything jumps out.
Cool.
I'll follow Tacitus upstairs.
Okay. Everybody want to move up?
Yeah.
Okay. Yep. Gideon and Lily follow as well. They don't seem like they want to split off from the group. Lily especially seems very wary of the everybody and everything happening here.
Yeah. Poor girl.
As you move up the ramp, you do notice several of the individuals below eyeball you. They stop, they stare as you travel up the ramp. Almost looks of jealousy from some of them. The ramp itself is very clear. There's not much traffic moving up or down. As you reach the upper levels and the more circular corridors of what you've seen down below, where down below it did seem, nice. The areas were well kept. Up here is very opulent. The walls are golden and black marble, as appeared in the room with Sevian himself. You don't see many people walking through the hallways, but you do see a couple individuals that appear to be servants carrying trays of food, of drink. They disappear into various chambers before closing the doors behind them. Do you want to roam around up here? What would you like to do?
Did the servants give us any mind?
No, didn't look at you, didn't pay any attention to you.
Well, I'm of a mind that we look around up here until we're told we can't be here.
I agree. I
Yep.
see no reason why not to.
Okay.
We've been given free reign of the Colosseum, so
Yeah, why not?
As you move about, there's a lot of just closed doors. Behind the doors, you do hear the sounds of mostly celebration. There's some music passing some of the rooms. Others have very excitable conversation. Would you like to attempt to enter any of these rooms?
Is there any markings on any of these doors? Anything that would indicate who's in them?
No, no markings of any kind. The doors themselves are that same, like prominent gold, very dark wood.
At the moment, I'm not inclined to go into any rooms. I would want to see if it's more of the same. So if this is all just a hallway of closed doors.
Okay. Anybody else?
I'm curious if there's any way of if there's any higher ramps past this.
So moving about, you do see a couple ramps that move up to upper levels. These, though, appear to be guarded. There are large creatures standing at the foot of each ramp that do make contact and stare at you as you pass them. These ramps are more narrow than the ones down below.
The creatures that are guarding, are they more alive, like demon types, or are they like undead, or what?
They resemble the initial Minotaur that you'd seen with the white, lifeless eyes. They all are very large, very muscular, well armed creatures.
Yeah.
And very clearly, like, watching us as we walk.
Yes, very clearly. At the second that you appear within their range, they lock eye contact with you and onto you and follow you as you pass.
But they don't say anything or try to stop us. So
He
They
did
don't try
say
to
we'd
stop
be
you
watched.
from moving about this level now.
He did say we would be watched. As long as you don't do anything silly, we should be good.
so walking through, all of the doors are closed.
Yeah, everything is closed. There is quite a bit of celebration. On you notice the left hand side, more towards the outer area of the Colosseum. The doors to the right hand side, you do hear commotion every now and then of people inside talking, speaking, but less of the the ruckus, more partying, and it's quieter.
I want to pause next to one of those ones and see if I can't listen in.
Okay, the doors are very thick, so trying to listen in on the inside of the door, you can't really make out. The conversations are very muffled.
Okay. Interesting. I'm going to kind of defer to the group because at the moment I'm not looking to make any waves. So we can keep wandering. We can go into one of the celebration rooms. We can go back downstairs. Whatever y'all want to do.
Do we perhaps want to go towards the bottom of the Colosseum? I mean, he wasn't really exactly willing to show us the crew, but I mean, we have access to the Colosseum. They might be below.
A fine idea, isn't he?
That's cool
Sure.
with me.
So you want to make your way back downstairs?
Yeah, we can go back down.
Okay. So you pass a good number of these other doors as well as you move around back the way you came. You still hear the same celebration, things like that. You passed the entryway that you came up, and you move back down the rampway. Nearby, there are 4 staircases on the opposite side of the hall towards the more central area of the Colosseum. 2 staircases to the left of an entryway towards the central area, and 2 to the right. They appear to be going into different areas down below. Would you like to take these staircases or look for another way down?
Can I just roll perception and see if there's anything weird about like these particular stairs?
Sure.
Check
Wow, a
for
16.
Hey, above 10. Let's go.
As you sort of you approach and watch and listen, the one on the left, you hear more of what sounds like arguing. There's no sound coming from the staircases on the right.
I'm gonna head to the right one then.
Okay. Everybody following?
Suppose.
Which one has the argument? The right one?
Left.
The left-hand side.
Left? Crix is gonna head over towards the left a little bit.
Okay. Is anybody following Crix?
Briar's gonna stop and kind of look between them. Is Crix going down those stairs or just pausing and listening?
Getting close enough that he can kind of overhear. And if he can stay out of sight, I like to with stealth. Wow, and that 20.
Sure.
21.
I wasn't even gonna ask you to roll, unless you wanted to go down the stairs. But if
But
with that roll, if you'd like to creep down stealthily, you can.
Yeah, I want to try to go down so I can overhear what the argument's about.
Okay.
So if I feel comfortable with sneaking and I'm being really quiet, then yeah, I might push my luck to go see what it is that's being argued.
Okay.
Briar's not gonna follow him, but she's also not gonna follow the other group. She's gonna watch him go down.
Okay. The rest of the group, do you want to continue to the right, or do you want to wait for Crix?
I'm
Probably
waiting
wouldn't
for
have seen
Crix.
Crix, honestly.
Wouldn't have seen, you said?
Yeah, I think I moved first, so I wouldn't have seen it. I don't think I'm paying attention to the rest of the group right now.
Okay. So Tacitus moves to the right. Anybody continue following Tacitus?
I'm gonna call out and be like, Tacitus, perhaps we should wait a moment.
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah,
And
I'll walk back
staying-
up then.
Okay.
I'm staying put.
So Crix disappears down the staircase. Crix, you're able to sort of stealthily move down. You don't see anybody in the immediate vicinity. As you reach the bottom of the staircase, you're able to sort of conceal yourself against a corner wall. There is a large, dark corridor out in front of you that you see is mostly lit by flame. The flickering of the flame reveals what look to be the bars of cells. But you don't hear any sound coming from the hallway opposite you, but behind the wall that you're on, which would be left leading off the staircase, you do hear clearly the argument. It sounds like two gruff male voices. One of them is arguing that we can't leave the body here. What if he finds out? We can't leave him behind. The other one says, "Look, we can't just walk away, but we should do something. So that Tivian can't know. We can't just leave it here." Do you continue listening, or do you? Do you want to make a move, or do you want to stay and listen more?
Sorry, I'm out in the kitchen washing my hands.
You're fine.
Yeah, no, I want to continue to listen, and given my stealth, I'm trying to catch kind of a view of like they're talking about
Okay.
bodies, so I want to
Okay.
see if they have the body there.
Yes. So looking around the corner, you're able to see just fine without them spotting you. They seem to be locked in this argument. One of them is a half orc, and the other one looks to be a human. They have shackles chained to their waist, so they look to be more guardsmen. They don't appear to be prisoners of any kind, but somebody also in the employ of Sevian. Looking off to the side, you see that they are standing in what appears to be a cell block. With the sort of obscured view you have of the nearest cell, you can see a number of people in there in just rags and tattered clothing. They appear to be slaves of some kind, people whose souls belong to Sevian. You see the body of what is likely one of those slaves face down on the ground. Pool of blood beneath, missing an arm. It looks human from the vision that you have, but you can't quite tell exactly, who or if it is human for sure. It could be, an elf or something humanoid in nature. They seem to be arguing about what to do with this body.
Okay. Looking at the body, is it someone I possibly recognize, or just a rando?
You'd have to get closer, so you'd have to try and sneak further into the room. Or just enter is by any case. But
Would that require me to make another roll?
if you want to be stealthy, you don't have to be stealthy if you choose not to. You're not sure what their reaction would be, but yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I probably push up a little bit more.
A little bit more would be to like round the corner, basically, and enter the room that they're in, the corridor that they're in, I should say.
I'm just gonna quietly watch them from where I'm at.
Okay. So they argue for another moment. The one closer to the body says, "Look, let's just chop the rest of it up. All right, we'll take the pieces out. We'll throw them into the arena below. Nobody will notice. It'll look like any other day, and then we can walk away and pretend this never happened. All right." The other one, the half orc, says, "Fine, but I'm not chopping anything off. You chop, I'll carry." And The other guard begins to pull an axe from his waist and starts removing pieces. First the arm, then the legs, then the head. And they begin to sort of gather the pieces up and haul them off further down that corridor into the darkness there.
When they cut the head off, I'm assuming they're moving the body around.
Yeah.
Is it possible to get a glimpse of the face?
Yeah, perception.
18.
Perceive it.
It's a human face, a human male. You don't recognize it per se, but it has a large scar, an old scar leading from its right temple all the way down to its chin.
All right. With that, I'm probably gonna give it a few. Because you said that they went the opposite way, and I want to go back up to the group.
Okay. Yeah, while you're watching, you do see a couple of the people in the cell sort of move and they reach the bars, haul to the bars, and sort of look down the corridor the way those individuals left with the parts of the body that they had cut up. They don't notice you though.
All right.
Back upstairs.
Yes.
Okay. So you guys see Crix emerge just not too long, several minutes later.
Anything of note?
Just the gods has killed a couple of the people that were captured here. Other than that, it's not anybody that we know.
Did they seem like participants of the Colosseum, or did they seem like prisoners?
The
It's
ones that were
those two
carrying
things
them
we
out
found.
were the gods, and the one that looked like that was basically being taken out to look like maybe somebody that once competed in the Colosseum. He had scars.
I see. I suppose things like that must happen often here.
Yes, it seemed like by the tone it was more accidental, maybe?
I think that's the first time they're hiding a body.
Would you like
Well,
to continue down the other staircase, or what would you like to do?
I think we should carry on. Nothing to concern ourselves with.
Yeah.
Okay, so down the other side, the right side staircase.
Yeah.
Okay. So you make your way down the staircase. There are several individuals who are wearing similar pieces of armor. They're leather-strapped armor. Um, they have very like flimsy looking, maybe copper shields. They don't look very well made or very strong, and they have just tattered old spears. But they are likely the keepers down here. As you pass through the entry area, there's a small little seating area with a couple tables where some of these individuals are playing dice, playing cards, things like that. They all look and see you, but sort of immediately as they see who you are, they look away and back to what they're doing. So they for the most part ignore you. Um, Continuing in, you pass through what are very large cells on both sides of very long corridors down here. Um, the direction you're heading leads you to believe that you are underneath the central area of the Colosseum. In several areas, you see ramps moving up, revealing trapdoors, likely leading up into the arena itself. Inside the cells that you pass are hundreds of creatures, uh, various races. Again, most of them just seem somber and depressed and weak. Some of them are simply rocking back and forth, lost to any senses. Some of them look to you momentarily, don't really seem to care who or what you are. Nobody really acknowledges you at all. You do inevitably pass by a section that looks more rocky, as if it was carved into stone. Sitting there on the inside is a skeletal creature with antlers and an adornment around its neck that is just throwing pieces of bone on a table lit with candlelight. This is the creature. It doesn't note you or acknowledge you.
Does it have any similar vibes to the skeleton on the Theros?
Not at all.
for
It's
like magical animation?
aside from the antlers, it just looks like a human skeleton. Um,
All right.
it's hard to tell. If there's any relation to that skeleton, then you can't see it. Continue
And
moving forward.
what's the cell situation again with this?
So
It's
as you travel the corridors, the cells they're very they're barred. Uh, the cells themselves are just very dirty stone. There's no seating on the inside. People are just sort of sitting on the floor, leaned against the walls. Um, there's no windows. There's very little light. They don't seem to have food of any kind, or drink, or water. Um, as you travel through the corridors, for the most part, cells are on both sides of these corridors. Some of them have gates that open. Others don't seem to have gates at all. There are just people inside with no apparent means of entry or escape. And there's very long sections of these cells. Some of them have walls between. Others are just very long, open sections filled with these souls.
and so with the antler skeleton person, were they? I missed it. I apologize. Were they in a cell
Nope,
or
it was a little sort of rocky, more carved alcove or let's say alongside one of the corridors as you passed.
did it acknowledge us?
Not at all.
I'm kind of curious.
Would y'all like
Seems
to
strange.
approach it? What would you like to do?
I would like to approach it.
Does everybody follow?
I'm gonna
I'm gonna follow.
follow, but I'm also gonna hang back a little bit and just like cautiously watch everything around me.
Okay, and Tacitus?
Yeah, I think I would. I'm not gonna take the lead here, but I'll just hang back mostly as like a deterrent if there's anyone that tries to like fuck with us.
Okay. Yeah. Gideon takes what you're doing as well and sort of just hangs back. He holds to one of the corners of the walls, peers at the corridors on both ends, just sort of keeping an eye out. He seems very uneasy down here. Lily follows, but she follows at a bit of a distance behind you. She keeps away from the table that this thing is seated at.
And as we approach, does it acknowledge us?
No, it does not acknowledge you, but it does pick up these bones that it's toiling with and shakes them about a bit and throws them onto the table, moving them about slowly.
Um, are you a seer?
The skeleton gazes at you. That's eyeless sockets. Its jaw opens, doesn't move while it speaks, but the jaw opens and hangs open. You hear in sort of a faint whisper, "Do you wish to know your future?"
Oh,
Does
that's
it
not
come at a
ominous.
cost?
Everything here comes at a cost.
And what's yours?
Something you will not know until the time that you pay it.
Have you got enough making deals today, Briar?
My God, my brain immediately flashed to like The Witcher and Law of Surprise. It's like, well,
Literally. You don't know what you're about to sacrifice.
yeah. I'm afraid I'm not that curious at the moment. Do you have many people that come to you?
Many are souls, not those like you who travel between life and death.
I'll be right back. I'm gonna get some water.
Okay.
How obvious is it that we're different?
The mouth continues to just hang open. The jaw of this thing hangs open. Um, it whispers at you. "I can see it."
Can most of them, and I'll point up at the ceiling.
Oh, They are blind to anything not death.
Yes, they've been very single-minded from what we've seen so far.
They often visit me and seek answers.
I'm gonna look at Crix. Not totally sure what to make of this. Um,
Yes.
You know, now that I'm back at the computer, can I make a roll religion or something on this to see if this is maybe something that ties into a little bit of the druidic
Sure.
style or shamanic?
Sure.
Religion, one of my worst. Yeah, 15.
The antlers depict, in most druidic circles, a creature that is more of a leader in a druidic society. Um, maybe not necessarily a seer, but there are those sort of creatures amongst druidic magic that can foresee and see through nature, see through the planes of magic as well, and pull information from that. The adornment around its neck is a very sort of religious vibe to you. So you get the idea that this may have been some sort of druid, or at least some sort of creature of nature uh, in its life.
That deals with the fates.
Yes.
how long have you been here?
Oh, very, very long. Very long indeed. Much longer, I assume.
Have you been here since before Sevian?
No, he has been here longer.
All right. Are you always here?
I am always here. I have nowhere else to go.
Perhaps we'll visit another time.
Very well. It looks at you, its jaw closes, and it picks up the bones without looking at them and just throws them to the table below.
I'm good continuing on, unless somebody else wants to talk to it.
Nope.
Crix.
Um, hmm.
Anything, or would you like to continue? Varn.
You there?
Varn. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm toying with it in my head if you would or not.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
Welcome back.
If one was to seek their future with you, see their fates, you said it comes at a price. Is it a big price or a small price?
It is not for me to decide.
Who is it that decides it?
The gods of fate.
Crick smiles a little. Is there a spot to sit down?
Yeah, there are several stools around the outside of this table.
Crix will take a seat at one of the stools and just kind of smile and go,
Ah, Lady Fate is always kind to me. So I'm curious what you would see.
Very well. Place your hands
Well-
upon the table, please.
Crix will push his hand on the table.
Okay.
Good luck to
The
you, Crix.
creature reaches its hand out and places its left bony hand on yours. Stares at you for a moment, lifts its hand off, and picks the bones up. Lifts them up in front of its skeletal face, shakes them, continues shaking for 10, 20, 30 seconds, stops and casts them out onto the table. For a moment, it just sits there and lets the bones come to place and fully rest. And once all of them have completely stopped moving, it leans completely into the table and gazes amongst them. Ah, you have great strife in your future. I have seen your death. Would you... Do you wish to know your death?
Sure.
It is not here. It is not at the hands of those here. It is at the hands of a god.
Dangerous thing to know.
Well, I am not surprised. It would take a god to strike me down permanently.
Stops. It's just staring at the bones for a moment.
You see something else, don't you?
There is something that wants you. It is dark, not something I've felt before. It seeks you.
Like you says.
Very mysterious. It is not of this plane. But it wants you, hungrily. It seeks only you. Inevitably, it will find you, and you will have to make a choice.
Well, I am curious what it could be, but if it's the person I think it is, well, I'm not surprised. I do detest him.
I'm afraid that that's all I can see. This one masks its fate.
Dread what the fates will ask of you for this information, Crix.
Well, if my goddess Chimera has anything to say, who knows? But I always do believe in the Lady of Luck.
The creature turns to look at you, pulls itself back up to its normal seated position, and gathers the bones back up. So I'm afraid that's all I have for you.
Well, thank you for that information. It's quite useful.
I wish you luck in your future and fate.
Thank you. And I wish you the best of days to come, whatever that may be for yours.
It nods, sort of slowly and solemnly.
Much as I would like to know my future, I don't think fate has been as kind to me as it may have been for you.
Um,
I expect
like
a nasty price for myself.
I would assume most people would expect a nasty price. I, on the other hand, just like to play with fates. That's why I follow Tamara.
The creature turns its head towards the direction you came, begins to look up into the Colosseum. Its jaw drops open again and says, I believe they seek you above.
Then we should go.
Thank yous.
Let's head up.
Turning around, you see Lily looks fucking terrified. Like Her jaw is on the floor.
I'll give her like kind of a comforting shoulder squeeze if I can.
When you like make that contact, she snaps out of it and just like almost startlingly jumps, looks to you and breathes out for maybe the first time in a while.
Oh,
She nods. We should go.
yes, we will.
Look at the trauma you've inflicted upon this person, Classy.
Don't put that on me.
Hmm? You invited them.
She chose.
Hmm.
Would you all like to return to the upper levels of the Coliseum?
Yes.
Okay. So you go back to the corridors. Again, this just filled with these creatures in these cells. Nobody acknowledges or notices you. As you reach the top of the stairs, that same Minotaur that you had met originally with his cold, dead stare lumbers into view and says, "It's time."
Briar will clap her hands together and be like, all right, let's get this started.
To start our deal with the devil, I guess.
You hear lots of raucous cheering and shouting from inside the Colosseum. The Minotaur leads you down the corridors. Everybody now watches and stares at you. All of these individuals here stop, move aside, glare at you as you pass by. He leads you to a large portcullis entryway that leads into the sands and the stone of the Colosseum proper. Leads you up to the portcullis and then steps aside. Says, "Are you prepared?"
Are we prepared?
Doesn't matter either way. We're doing this.
Prepared.
Gideon nods, readies his bracers, clacks them together. The portcullis creaks, and you hear the chains rattling above as it slowly cracks open. Once you have enough space, the Minotaur lifts his large arm and beckons you to enter the arena. Moving forward.
Yeah, let's enter.
Okay. You walk up a ramp. This ramp is just covered in dried blood and the remains of others who've passed here and nearby. As you leave the more darker interior, you come out to a very bright, dull light of the Colosseum. As you step onto the sand, you hear massive amounts of cheers and shouting and screaming from people seated in the arena. There seem to be a lot more seated here now than were for the previous fight that you witnessed with the woman and the gators. Immediately, you also start having to dodge as things are being tossed at you. Various things, fruits, vegetables, shoes, various items, people that are tossing at you. There are some people that are loudly booing, looking into the stands. Some of them are trying to spit down onto you from above. But others are screaming and shouting favorably at you.
Elwin faces the section that's throwing stuff at us and just gives them the finger.
They get louder, scream, booing. Continuing on into the center of the arena.
Yeah.
Okay. What's up?
Never mind. Yeah.
Okay. Continuing on to the center of the arena. You don't see any combatants nearby. You do see some remnants of those alligators, bits and pieces of them, their scales, and pieces of the corpses that they just did not care or bother to carry off. You also see remnants of deceased warriors as well that were left behind that nobody cared to pick up. As you pass a couple of these remains, some of them are badly decayed, but they still have blinking, withered eyes that follow you as you pass by. There's still some remnant of them that is alive and left on the ground of this arena. Everything is quiet for a moment, and the arena draws to silence. Up above, in a very prominent viewing area that overlooks the arena on the forward side of it ahead of you, you do see the damned king himself, Sevian Fate. He has stepped up from his throne and stands above. He lifts both of his arms, and the whole arena begins to cheer and shout. He steps back, sits down. As he sits down, below him, you see a large portcullis begin to creak and open. From inside the shadow, you begin to see a large, hulking creature. It has some sort of contraption chained to its back. Below him, you see what look like small creatures, armored. As they get closer and step into the arena, you see what looks to be a massive ogre of some sort with a contraption on his back, led by a massive group of goblins. There's at least 30 of them passing below him. Others are perched on his shoulders and on his back on the contraption that he's wielding, and he seems to have a massive catapult wedged and chained to his body that he's controlling as well with 2 chains that he's gripped in his hands. I posted some images in the tabletop chat.
Is that thing? Sorry, is he launching like little gremlins? Like, what's going on here?
Looking into the catapult, you do see that there is a goblin perched in the seat of the catapult, as if ready to be fired.
Great. I love that for us.
The creature lumbers forward. It gets about 60 feet away from you, as well as the force of goblins below him. Looks to be at least 20 of them that you can see. And everybody roll initiative as it shouts and blows spittle all over the arena before you.
This is our first bout. Oh god,
This is gonna be fun.
gonna be a long Coliseum time.
Is
14.
it initiative?
Can I
18.
Can I precast mage armor on myself?
You can, sure.
Okay, cool. I'm gonna do that as I was walking into the arena.
11.
And yep, Ellen.
15.
15. Okay, give me a moment. I need to roll out a couple initiative for the other participants here. Anybody else want to prepare anything before combat?
I should have taken more big damage spells.
AoE control is good.
We have goats for that.
Uh-huh.
You know what? I was even thinking about using goat tier. Thank you for that.
Oh my god.
You're welcome.
Great. Cool. This is going to get interesting.
Fucking goats falling onto goblins. It's gonna be something.
No longer D&D, it's D&G for goats and goblins.
Can't wait.
So, since I think this is like the first time that we're all starting combat like relatively close to one another, everyone near me, everyone that starts within 5 feet of me, has their movement speed increased by 10 feet until the end of their turn.
Hell yeah. Love that for us. Can't wait to be fast. Fast as fuck, boy.
Okay.
I really wish I had another spell ready, but I got something decent for this.
Is everybody prepared?
Sure.
Yep.
Where does I'll ever be?
Okay.
Yep.
Here we go. All right, so the roaring just erupts as this creature screams and pulls the chains down and leans itself forward so you can see a very well armored goblin set up in its catapults with what looks to be very spiked armor, as if this thing is a living spiked cannonball ready to launch from this contraption. All the other goblins sort of form up and arm together. There does seem to be one lead goblin who has nicer armor. It's gilded a little bit more. He's got an eye patch. He's missing his right eye, but he has 2 blades. He's dual wielding 2 blades and a helmet that's dented and damaged. Like he's seen a lot of combat. This thing.
Let's see a little bit more.
So the first one to take action is Gideon. As this thing shouts, he looks to you all and nods and draws his bracers out, and you see his golden whips extend from his weapon. I'll give you the old Gideon whip image. So I love his.
Gideon whipping.
So I love his shit. And he shouts immediately and rushes forward. He engages the lead goblin, the one in charge, and attacks 3 times with his whip. He swings from the right, from the left, and then straight down from the top. He hits twice. The first hit and the last hit both strike the creature, sending it stumbling backwards.
Nice.
It is now Crix.
Oh, look, it's my turn.
I'll go all in on the ghost right away.
How big is this arena?
Massive. Looks like it's probably 600 feet in diameter at least.
Jesus.
And okay. Yeah, let's do this. This would be fun. What level do I want to do it at? Let's have fun and do it at 4th. You'll see Crix kind of wave his arms a little bit, mutter some incantation, and points to the sky.
Here we go.
And
Here we
it's
go.
I'm gonna assume I can see the sky, right?
You can see the sky. It's got that same blackish gray mist covering above, but you can see cracks.
Perfect.
You can see cracks in the sky above, but for the most part, it's very obscured.
Okay, so a lot of that dark mist starts coming down and forming into a ball just above the ogre, and it starts spraying out into a dark cloud. And you can see the crackle of light moving about as they call 4th level call lightning. And a lightning bolt's gonna rain down and hit the ogre. I need them to
12th
make
level.
What's that?
Sorry, did you say 12th level?
4th.
Fourth. There's no 12th
I was
level.
like,
Yeah.
I was
12th
like,
level.
was the 12th level spell? Like, where'd you
12th
get
level,
that from?
some AD&D expanded shit. That's like level 40.
Yeah. This is like epic level.
Yeah,
No,
I cast nuke.
It's like,
It's
killing us all. What's going on?
It's a dex save, correct?
So I need the ogre and anything that's within 5 feet of the goddamn ogre. So if there's any goblins on his shoulders, they all need to make a DC Dex 17.
Okay. Moment. You got 5 targets within range, 4 targets plus the massive ogre. One of them fails with a natural 1. The other failure with a 3. I'm rolling like I usually do with a 7. The only creature that makes the save is the ogre.
Wow.
4 goblins fail.
He's just like shield. So a creature that fails is going to take. Come on, roll the dice. You can do it. I believe in you. Ellie, can I roll off of this sheet? No.
Maybe it's like when there's an electric fence and you're holding hands with someone. They were just in the middle of it, and the goblins were all at the end.
What's the
Hold on a
fallout?
second. I can't get this to roll off of the sheet for some reason.
No worries.
Are you using D&D Beyond?
I am.
You can use the thing at the bottom left to select a custom number of dice.
Oh, okay. Wait, where is it?
The bottom left, there's like a little dice, a D20 icon.
No, I don't see it.
That's weird. Do you not have virtual dice rolling enabled?
I use a different program for the rolling.
Oh, okay.
It still uses D&D Beyond, but it uses a different program to mimic the roll. It's meant to be rolled on Roll20 is what it's meant, but it puts it on the page. And for some reason, it's being super fucking funky right now. Okay, there it goes. 22.
22 damage.
Yep, so anything that failed takes 22, anything that succeeded takes half, so 11.
11. Okay. Okay. Any additional effects from the spell, or though?
No, it's straight up damage.
Gotcha. So that crackles down. One of them falls from the shoulder of this ogre. He looked like he was in some sort of control seat as well. This is the one that I nat one on. Falls from the seat and crashes to the ground. Takes additional damage from the fall as well. Anything else, Crix?
No, that's gonna be it.
Okay. You get a massive roar in retaliation from the ogre. It pounds its fists into the ground and pulls the chains down as well. The goblin that was in that sort of catapult seat did take damage from your attack. It's still sort of sizzling from the heat of the connection of it. Sits and arms up and like grabs the rounded portion of the catapult and prepares itself. The goblin yanks the chains forward, dragging the dirt with its fists, and that catapult fires. Tacitus. What's your AC, Tacitus?
16? 16.
A spiked goblin comes hurtling through the mist of Crix's spell at you from the Hucker. Strikes you right in the chest. You stumble backwards a bit, but you're able to maintain your footing, and you take 14 damage from the strike as the thing bashes into the chest of you and then falls to the ground prone. And after that, the ogre rears back, pulls the chains back down, and the catapult sort of reseats itself as another goblin begins to climb the side of the ogre to take this seat. Elwyn.
Would that provoke an opportunity attack, or is it like not a thing until it hits me?
What do you mean the catapult goblin that soared through the air to strike you in the chest? Yeah, there's no opportunity attack there.
Okay.
Unless it like gets up and moves, on its turn.
Okay.
Then it would get an opportunity attack. But yeah, not while it's hurtling through the air at you.
Yeah, just making sure.
Elwyn.
Yeah, that's me. Do I want to? I wonder if I'm trying to think if we're gonna get a rest in between this fight and the next fight, and if I want to burn spell slot at the moment. I'll play it safe for now. So what's the field looking like? There's the giant ogre, and then
Yep.
how many?
There's what looks to be 20 goblins rushing in from the side. It's hard to gauge. They're small in size, so it's hard to gauge exactly how many. But it looks to be about 20 small goblins armed on the ground, ready to charge and rush for combat. They are still about 60 feet away from you. There's a few goblins up above on this Hucker, who is just basically at the very rear of that force of goblins in the front. A couple of them are climbing up to the top, and there's one that got knocked off that you lost sight of from what looked to be like a control seat almost from the ogre's shoulder.
Okay, and then the other ones that are on thing, they look like they're controlling things, or are they just
They're climbing
there?
up currently, so nobody else is currently in any kind of seat that looks like it's controlling anything at the moment.
Okay. I'm going to target one of the goblins that's climbing the thing.
Okay.
And guess I'm just gonna test how squishy they are. So I'm gonna fire 2 blasts of Eldritch Blast.
Okay.
Right at those suckers. First is a 24 to hit.
That's a hit.
And the second beam is 14 to hit.
That's also a hit.
Sick. All right, let me roll the damage. Okay, first beam is going to be 16 damage. And the second one is going to be let me do that math really quickly. 15.
Okay. So both hits strike the creature. It attempts to maintain its hold on the side of the goblin as it first strikes it, but with another nat 1, I'm killing it. It loses control and falls to the ground as you're able to angle the second shot and strike the creature as it's falling. It goes spinning off somewhere behind the force in the back. Can't tell if he killed it or not, but it definitely took a shitload of damage.
Okay. Okay. Very well.
That your turn?
That is.
Okay. Tacitus.
Let's see here. So there's the single goblin that's laying prone in front of me.
Yes, the one that struck you. You have advantage on attacks against it if you wish.
How far ahead is Gideon?
He's roughly 40 feet ahead of you.
Let me think here. There is. Okay, yeah, I'm just gonna strike the goblin down, like at my feet, I guess.
Okay.
You said that's with advantage?
With advantage.
Well, that's a 26 to hit.
That's a hit.
11 damage.
Okay.
Roll again, since I have 2 attacks. That's a 15 to hit.
That's also a hit.
That's 6 damage. And then I get a bonus attack that I can use.
Okay.
That's a 22 to hit.
Hit.
And 6 damage.
Okay. Yeah, you do a massive amount of damage to this thing as you crush it into the ground. It's bleeding severely. It's not dead, but it's about there. Anything else?
I'm gonna move. Maybe not like right in rushing range of all the goblins, but like maybe like 10 feet or so behind Gideon to try and like protect his back so he doesn't get swarmed.
Okay. And that's your turn?
Yep.
Okay. So from behind you, Lily steps up. She seems to have steeled herself. She still looks a little nervous, but she pulls the hood from her cloak down. She kneels down and presses her fingertips to the ground below, and they glow green. You see her eyes glow for a moment as well as she casts a spell. Energy sort of cracks through the ground and reaches the ogre from below, and you see these vines that sprout out from the ground. Let's see. It grasps the legs of the creature, attempts to pull it down, but it does manage to maintain itself, mashes a fist into the ground, and holds itself in place. And it is Briar's turn.
Well, I'll go ahead and attack the goblin that Tacitus just beat the
Smashed.
shit out of.
Okay.
And take out my rapier and is there a place to stand around it where nobody else is within 5 feet of me?
Yeah, since Tacitus has moved away, you can.
Okay.
You can move to the sort of
I'll,
outside of it.
I'll go ahead and move to wherever that is so no one else is around me, and we'll go ahead and just do some massive overkill since I only have 1 attack.
Okay.
And sneak attack it.
Sneak attack.
That is a dirty 20.
Hit.
So it is D8 and then 5d6. Oh my god, I just chucked a dice off the desk. All right, so that is
Are these things wearing metal armor, by the way?
It looks to be very thin iron armor with leather sort of between.
That's a 28
Damage?
Damage?
damage.
Okay, you
God,
completely
that's
obliterate
disgusting.
what's left of this thing. It had 2 HP left, I'd like to point out.
Yeah,
Oh my
I knew
God.
it was gonna be overkill, but
How many times
Completely
can you
obliterated.
sneak attack per attack?
it's only once per attack. But I only have 1 attack per turn.
Okay.
Yeah, you can sneak attack every turn if you have the right conditions.
Yes.
Yeah, and Swashbuckler is slightly disgusting in that you can get it every single time without advantage as long as no one else is within 5 feet of you.
Gross.
So,
That
yes.
is gross.
Yep. So,
Yeah, you completely obliterate this thing, smashing and crushing its body from smashing its armor down into it. You're sort of doused in a bit of its blood. It's like greenish black as it splatters on you. So you kill the creature.
neat. I'm going to then use my bonus action to apply poison to my rapier.
Okay.
And then use my movement to join Gideon and Tacitus. I'll be like 10 feet away from Tacitus on the opposite side of Gideon. Or,
Okay.
sorry, I said that weird. So Tacitus is in between me and Gideon.
Got you. Okay. Okay. And that's your turn?
That's my turn.
Okay. So the goblins move up to make their strikes. A large number of them move towards the 3 of you, Gideon, Tacitus, and Briar. Let's see who takes what attacks. 4 of them take swings at Gideon. Tacitus, you take 5 attacks. Briar, you take also 4 attacks.
Okay.
The remainder of the group moves past you and attempts to engage Elwyn, Crix, and Lily.
Would any of these provoke an opportunity attack?
No, they go wide around you. They don't quite reach the range, but Elwyn and Crix with Lily, a group. There's 2 groups of goblins that sit up to the left and the right hand side of you that move around Briar, Tacitus, and Gideon. Let me roll their positions. So to your left-hand side, you have 4 goblins, and to your right-hand side, there's a group of 3 goblins. The group of 3 also has the apparent leader, the more armored goblin. Now let me roll out
The
some
leader is
attacks.
approaching the back group.
Yes. Yeah, he moved around your right-hand side. Oh my god, I'm throwing my dice everywhere. Okay, so we're going to go first to Tacitus. Tacitus 1. Another nat 1. I am fucking throwing these like crazy tonight. Tacitus, you get hit twice of the 4 goblins that attack you. You're able to avoid 2 of the strikes, one of them clicking against your armor without making much damage or impact. The other 2 do strike true. You take 14 damage from the attacks. Briar, what's your AC, Briar?
16.
You get 1 strike against you. 3 of the attacks miss as they swing sort of wildly and maniacally. These creatures. One of them makes contact for 7 damage.
I'm going to use my reaction to uncanny dodge and have it.
Okay.
Does damage round up or down?
You can write it down.
Okay.
I miss being a rogue class.
Gideon's able to avoid 3 of his attackers, but 2 of them make contact, and Gideon takes some damage as a result. But he's still steeled pretty well. It doesn't seem like he's hurting too much. The leader pulls out a hand crossbow and takes a shot at Elwyn.
How dare he?
19's a hit, right?
Yeah. He will
But
face severe retaliation for this.
you take 4 damage from the strike.
Okay, that's fine.
So it comes back to Gideon. Gideon drops himself to the ground and sort of clacks his bracers, and one of them he reaches out. For a moment, you see this brilliant flash of sunrise and sunlight in like a massive radius in front of the goblin hooker and the goblins that are now engaged with you. I'm gonna make a bunch of saving throws here. Whew. So that's what. So with that shot, um, of the goblins surrounding you, 5 of them are completely obliterated by the damage, almost completely dissolved to dust, leaving scorched and sizzling armor behind.
Amazing.
Others are burned and scorched, and they're able to sort of resist a bit of the damage. Others do seem like they're blinded and are blinkingly trying to see after that bright light sort of phases or fades away. Then, as a bonus action, Gideon swings and retaliates with his whips at one of the remaining goblins, but he's not able to make purchase. The goblin sort of gets out of the way and is able to avoid. Crix.
Oh, hold on, I gotta sneeze.
No worries. Crix sneezes.
I like the
Reaction.
idea of
Right.
Trix actually sneezing and then just absolutely fucking some shit up.
It's very dusty
Yeah.
in this culture.
No. So how many goblins are hanging around the ogre?
So around the ogre, it looks like there's maybe 10 to 15 that are sort of hiding behind him in various states around him. One of them has climbed up and entered that catapult completely. Another one is on the way to retaking that seat that the other had fallen out of.
I'm going to, in the background, I'm assuming there's no goblins on me just yet.
Nope, there's a group of 3 about 15 feet on your right hand side, and a group of 4 about 20 feet to the left.
Crix is just looking at the goblins and kind of almost like waving his fingers around like he's orchestrating like music and kind of moving around in the back like he's dancing, not even a care. And you see his hand go up and come down, and another lightning bolt's gonna target the ogre. I need a dex 17 from anything that's around it in 5 feet.
Okay, that's a whole lot of saves now. Let's see.
Just throw a bunch of dice out.
Yep.
This is why I asked. Hey, there's 10 of them hiding behind him. Well, start rolling.
Okay,
AoE
go ahead
damage.
and roll your damage while I finish rolling the rest of these out.
Dun, dun, dun. I also figured out why I need to be hidden. It wasn't the number, the 4d10 on the list. I need to hit the side where it says cast.
Gotcha.
So, cast. Da, da, da. Ouch. 35 damage.
Oh,
Okay.
shit.
I rolled a 9, 9, 6, and a 10.
Woo.
Jesus.
Oh
Okay.
my god.
So
Annihilate them.
several of the goblins down below completely fail the saves and take a massive amount of damage. The ogre itself seems to have failed the save as well. You see it the strike to the upper portion of its neck with the electricity and the surge of it surge to the rest of his body, and it howls in pain. One of the others that was climbing back up to that control seat is also struck. He attempts to maintain his hold, and he's barely able to keep hold with one of his hands as he dangles from the ogre as it splays down, reeling from the attack.
I kind of stand there behind everyone, kind of have my hands out two ways towards both groups that are inside me and just look at them both threateningly. And that'd be my turn.
All right. When in the aftermath of the attack, the ogre sort of rears its head back up and looks through the mist of battle straight at you, Crix. Pounds both of its fists back into the ground with the chains that catapult arms up with what is a little bit of a scorched creature. You can see the sizzle after having been struck by that lightning attack of yours. Still alive, but pulls itself up and gets ready for the launch. The thing just stares at you for a moment and howls, and you can see the massive amounts of spit and phlegm just flying from this thing's roar, and it drags its fists together as the catapult fires. Goblin comes hauling through the air at you. Max speed strikes you as you're glaring at these other creatures with a 17, I assume, hits.
Yeah, I'm not hard to hit.
And you take 16 damage from the strike.
Okay.
The creature also again falls, rolls off of you, hits the ground on its back, collecting itself after the launch through the air. Elwyn.
Is it my turn?
Yes.
I stare directly at the leader that had shot me with the crossbow.
Okay.
And I begin conjuring flames in my hand as I
Okay.
fire up scorching ray in his direction.
Okay.
3 beams of fiery energy headed
As
his way.
as you do that, you feel a dark surge about you and almost like a glee of combat. You feel the influence of Oath, and it feels good. Add an extra +5 to your chance to hit, and roll an additional 2d10 to whatever damage if you hit.
Oh my god.
Jesus Christ.
Hold on. Hold on.
Maybe you should
Okay.
have taken this earlier.
So each so +5 to each roll, you said?
Yep, each roll to hit.
Okay. That's crazy because I already have a +9. So yes,
It's like
+14.
autos.
The first one is going to be like greater than 25.
Okay.
The second one is also greater than 25. And the third one is also greater than 25.
All hits.
All right. I now need to roll a ton of damage. I don't have enough d6s for this. Hold on. All right. Let's see how this goes. And you said add 2d10
Add 2d10
to each one or just
to
total?
each strike.
Oh my gosh. This is going to be a lot of damage.
This thing's gonna be smeared.
Um Okay, I need a tool for this. This is too many dice.
Let's do one of the 3 at a time.
You're right. That's probably smart. Okay, let's
Yeah,
do that.
yeah. Don't do it all at once.
I think doing it all at once is more fun.
Gouda?
It's a lot of math. Chaos math.
I'm pulling up a dice roller. I've given up.
I'm just curious, what would that be? What is it that you roll
What's that?
normally without the 2d10?
It's 2d6 per beam. So we're talking 66 and
60.
I just want to
16.
roll on my end also because I'm just curious.
Gouda just wants to have fun.
Yeah, because it's fun. It's fun to roll 20 dice at once. Oh, you know, a casual 55 damage. I think that's on the low side also.
Okay, let's see what I got here. And then 60, 10. Okay. So we've got 19 plus 58 damage.
Okay, 58 damage. So the rest of you witness Elwyn charge this attack and fire it off. As it's charging, the entire area around almost darkens. You notice like light is being drawn out and pushed away from the arena as this spell is being fired. And that darkness is centered on Elwyn. You see a flash on his face, this uncontrollable flash of a look you've never seen from Elwyn. It looks pure evil, vile. It's something that frightens you to look at. Its eyes glow and this grin forms like something you've never seen before. And the power of the spellcast, the amplification of it, you can feel it. You can all feel it in the arena. Up above, specifically, it is noticed by Sevian as the damned king rises from his throne and stares at this, looks about the arena, and stares at the aftermath of the spell as it travels through the air and strikes the leader of this goblin pack and just completely obliterates him. Pieces of him fly off, his arms in two directions, his head pops into the air as the power and force of the spell strikes, dismantles him from the inside out, and scorches what's left behind.
Whoops.
Anything else, Elwyn?
What the fuck was that? I didn't ask for your help.
As you tap into it, you just hear just maniacal laughter, chaotic, just joy, and you feel it on the interior of you as well, and you like it.
That was my kill. How dare you? How fucking dare you? I look at Sevian afterwards.
He's looking at you.
Lock eye contact.
Yeah, he is looking right at you. Tacitus.
That's it.
Was that me? You cut out for a little bit.
Tacitus. Sorry.
Let's see. There are how many goblins around me? 4 still?
Around you, there are now 2. 2 of them
2.
being struck down by Gideon's attack.
Okay. I'll swing at the close, whichever one's closer.
Okay.
That is a 21.
Hit.
Jesus. A 5 for damage.
Okay. Takes a hit to the chest, stumbles back a bit, but just growls back at you.
Second attack, 23 to hit.
Also a hit.
Oh my god, another 5 damage. I swear to god. 2 1s for damage.
Oh my god.
The dice are not kind to you today.
You make the connection, and it stumbles back again in the opposite direction this time as you strike it. Growls again as it's bleeding, but it is still alive.
Let me see. Do I want to... Well, that's an action. That's not a bonus action. Okay, I'll just do my my bonus attack also since I struck. Where's that roll? Uh, 26 to hit.
Hit.
8 damage.
Okay.
And
anything else?
That's it. That's it for me.
Okay, yeah, the last strike, the goblin looks almost completely done for, but he's still barely standing and armed, ready to fight. Lily moves up from behind you, steps alongside you, Crix. You definitely recognize the magic that she's using.
It's Druid.
As she gets more of a bluer glow about her, she looks up at the sky, and from the mist above, you see a hail of just ice rain down on top of and over and around the ogre.
I'm guessing Maelstrom.
It's an ice storm.
Oh, okay.
And one of them is a crit. And fails. Oh, it sucks to be a enemy NPC when I'm the DM. Because I just
Fighting
roll.
yourself.
I just roll like shit.
It'll be a lot of damage from ice too.
Fail. So, there was a creature that was getting set up into the seat of the catapult that's hit by one of these massive sheaths of ice that comes down on the ground, strikes it right in the chest, throws it to the ground, lands on top of it. You can assume the creature is just obliterated below as it strikes the ground. One of the other creatures, the goblin, is struck in the chest with one of these pieces of ice, and it stumbles back a bit, losing its footing on the ground, but it's able to stay standing, but it loses that fist posture that it uses to launch that catapult. It takes considerable damage, and you see those ice pieces shattering and frosting over on his skin as they connect. The other goblin that was sort of crawling up along the side falls to the ground as well, and several more of them are struck and take damage in that back force that seems to be surrounding and protecting and trying to attempt to climb him and arm that catapult. It is now Briar's turn.
What is around me?
You have 3 goblins remaining. One of them was killed by Gideon's sunburst spell.
Okay.
The 3 around you are scorched and damaged as well, recovering from that attack.
Okay. I presume they're somewhat flanking me.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So we'll just do no sneak attack, rapier. And it is already poisoned. That is 25.
Hit.
So it takes 19 damage.
19.
Yes, and
You slice the creature clear across, gashing him with the blade, and he falls dead.
all right, never mind. Next part was irrelevant.
Is it poisoned? Is that what you're gonna say?
Yeah, it was poisoned if it didn't have immunity. But yep.
Not even necessary. Anything else?
So with the 2 that are left, I'm assuming if I tried to move to not have anything else around me, I would provoke opportunity attack from one of them.
Yes.
Okay, so oh, but do I want to poison again? No, we'll hold off. I'm gonna use my bonus action to disengage from that one if I can, to try and just be by myself with 5 feet around me by the other one.
Yeah, you can pull it off. That's fine.
Okay. And that's my turn.
Good. Okay. So the goblins make some retaliatory attacks. There's only 2 remaining that take their swings at Gideon. One manages to connect with him as he dodges the other. He takes a little bit of damage, but doesn't seem to phase him at all. He grits and holds strong. Tacitus, there's 2 remaining goblins that make strikes at you. Both miss. You're able to pass through and avoid them as the sort of dust is kicking up from the ground now, obscuring vision a little bit, making it harder for them to see. Briar?
Mm-hmm.
You get hit once as you avoid another attack. You
Okay.
take 9 damage from the hit.
I'm gonna use my reaction again and uncanny dodge.
4.
All right.
From the back, those 3 that witnessed the obliteration of their leader, 2 of them were just stunned by fear. They're unable to take actions on this turn. They're still trying to gather themselves, but one of them was able to sort of get through it, grit himself, and rush at you, Crix.
Okay.
Makes a swing with his blade with a 19.
That'll hit.
Strikes you for 11 damage.
Okay.
And we'll move him over here. Elwyn, there's a group of goblins that they note that you note that they make eye contact specifically with Sevian above, as they seem to be in at least some form of communication with him from what it looks like from what you could gather, and they rush towards you.
Excellent.
God. A 1, a 2, an 8. So 3 of them miss you completely. You're able to sort of channel that rage that you're still sort of feeling, that glee and joy of combat, that strength of oath. The last one does manage to make contact with you, though. Deals 8 damage as it strikes.
Okay.
Okay, it is Gideon's turn to move up.
I just realized if I cast Armor of Agathis, every time they hit me, they take 25 damage. Which would
That's
just be nasty.
painful.
I love Armor of Agathis so much.
At the 5th level, it's just disgusting.
Gideon decides to make 3 attacks with his whips at the remaining 2 goblins that are in front of him. He managed to strike 2 of them against 1 target. Holy shit. And so you watch the whips pass completely through and around the armor pieces of this one goblin, cut it in 3 pieces. Makes the last attack at the last goblin in front of him, manages to cut it down, and then rushes towards the golem. Not the golem, the ogre.
Ogre.
Yeah. And cricks.
So there's one on me?
Yes, there's one that's rushed up to you, and there's 2 that are still fearfully trying to, hide that they pissed their pants, basically.
Such a waste if I do this. How far apart are the 2 away from this one?
They are 15 feet behind.
So there's one in front of me, that'd be 5 feet. A
Yes.
space, and then them.
Yes.
I'm gonna strike a lightning bolt right between the 2 goblins and the one that's on me in that empty space, so it should hit them all.
Okay.
So DC 17 Dex again.
1 saves, the one directly in front of you, the 2 in the back fail.
All right. Well, they are going to take 38 damage.
Jesus
And
Christ.
then half for the save.
38. It's split in half, so it'd be 15 plus 4, so 19 to the one that saved.
Okay. The 2 in the back take the hits, barely able to sort of resist and keep themselves, but they are scorched and bleeding and burned in the back. They were already terrified. Now they look downright petrified. The one in front of you is able to sort of get the sword up and resist a bit of the damage, but he takes the hit, stumbles off a bit as it hits him in the shoulders and the chest.
I just kind of look at him and I shrug.
Is that your turn?
I'm gonna assume what's her name is right next to me, right?
Lily, yes.
Lily's right next to me. I'm gonna 5-foot step over the side and then kind of like point to the goblin, like hit him.
Okay.
And that'd be my turn.
All right. The ogre steps up. It doesn't have an ability to launch any goblins. Nobody made it up to that catapult after Lily's strike. So it looks back and it pulls the chains and sees that nothing is happening. It grips one of the goblins in its fist and lifts it up and just drops it onto its back. And then actually sees Gideon moving forward and rushes up and takes a swipe with its other fist at Gideon. But Gideon's able to dodge, roll to the side, and avoid the attack. Elwyn,
Yes.
it is your turn.
Okay, I'm gonna take a second to scan the battlefield and see what targets I have left. I know there's the big
You've got
thing.
4 goblins engaged with you, specifically.
Right.
There's the one remaining near Crix, with 2 very badly damaged a little further away from him. Gideon is basically squared up with the ogre. There are still a number of goblins in the back of the arena. Analyzing, if you want, you can sacrifice an action or movement to count.
To count.
How many of them are back there?
Oh, okay. I don't really need a specific number, but I just see that there's like a group.
Yeah, there's still a group
there.
back there. They're all in various states of damage from attacks received, from lightning attacks from Crix and from ice attacks from Lily.
Mental damage from seeing
Yeah,
gore.
trauma. Yeah.
A little bit of trauma, a little bit of. Okay, let's see. What can I do here? The 4 that are engaged with me, I guess. I don't know if Spell Sniper lets me ignore the distance thing, like if things are too close. The
Yeah,
disadvantage for
I'm
that.
fine with that. Regardless, I'm fine with it ignoring any close range disadvantage.
Okay, so I can fire off my Eldritch Blast at them. Or I can use my blades.
What would you like to
Let's
do?
see. Let me just see which is It's a good question. That's a tough choice. I don't know. I don't know which one I want to do. Well, I guess technically my Eldritch Blast can do more damage. Look at the Eldritch Blast. 2 of them.
Okay. Go after the 2 center ones then.
Yeah. First is a 24 to hit.
Hits.
And a 25 to hit.
Hits.
And then the first one is going to do 12 plus 5 is going to be 17.
Okay.
And then for the second one, ooh, nice. That's gonna be 19.
Okay. Strikes both. Connects with pretty significant damage. They tumble back. They don't die, but they are alive. I need you to make an intelligence saving throw for me.
Don't like the sound of that. Intelligence saving throw. 15?
As you're sort of erupting and connecting with this spell, you feel a dark pull. You almost lose yourself for a moment as the battlefield fades away from you, before you're able to just like pull back and shake your face out and shake your head out and regain control of yourself and your senses. Anything else with your turn,
What?
Elwyn?
I'm just gonna say, oh, what the hell was that?
You get no response.
Yeah, that's it.
All right, Tacitus.
There's still like the 2 near me, right?
Yes.
Okay, of the healthier one, I'm gonna swing the one that I wasn't swinging at.
Okay.
Then I'm gonna swing at him. 20 to hit.
That's a hit.
Finally, 12 damage.
Okay. Strikes connects.
16 to hit.
That's also a hit. Same target.
Yeah. 10 damage.
Okay. He's pretty wounded.
And then I'll do my bonus attack on the. Can I choose a different target?
I think so.
Yeah, it says I can do a different target, so I will do 18 to hit,
That's a hit.
6 damage on the first one.
Okay. With that last attack, you're able to strike down that goblin, leaving just one remaining.
Let's see. What does the area behind me look like with the, I guess, like the mages or the long-ranged people?
Crix does have a goblin that looks wounded, but still sort of squared up to fight within battle range of him. There's two in front of the gory remains of their leader that are heavily damaged and look absolutely petrified. They just by glance they seem like they're not going to be much use in this fight.
Okay.
Elwyn has four goblins within combat range of him that are actively attacking him.
Okay. And then there's like the ogre and about like the 10 or so the crowd that he has, right?
Yeah, there's more than 10.
Okay. I'm just gonna stay here then. Maybe yeah, I'm just gonna stay where I'm at.
Okay. That would bring us to Lily. So Lily gets your hint, Crix. She looks directly at that goblin in front of you, and what does she have that's not also going to hit you? Is the important question. This'll do. So, she fires off a sphere of flame. It strikes the goblin, who fails to save. He takes enough damage that its strikes burn straight through his chest, and he drops to the ground dead in front of you. With her bonus action, she takes that spear, controls the movement of it, and fires it towards the two goblins in the back. With not much space between them, the sphere connects and erupts and kills those two goblins as well.
Rix just looks at her, gives a nod of approval, thumbs up.
She's sweating and panting, but she nods. She doesn't look like she's enjoying this, but she's doing her best.
And the patch says,
Is not quite murder hobo.
Briar.
I'm still good to go by myself, except for the one?
Correct.
Okay. We shall sneak attack them. 21 to hit.
Hit.
1 and 5 is 27.
Damage.
Yep, 27 damage.
Okay, you were able to cleanly cut down that goblin.
All right. And so what's left of things around us directly?
Behind you, Elwyn's the only one that's engaged. He has 4 goblins engaged with him. Gideon is the foremost party member who is squared up and is beginning to engage the ogre.
I shall join Gideon.
Okay.
And well, I guess it's not going to matter because they all have movement, so they can move pretty easily. I'll use a bonus action to apply poison to the rapier and then move up to flank the ogre with Gideon.
Okay. Repositioned you. Anything else?
Nope, that's all.
Okay. So it's Gideon's turn. And he sees you join him, Briar, and he nods, and you see him sort of gritting his teeth, preparing something. You start to feel a bit of a shake in the ground. Gideon presses his fingers to the surface of the Colosseum. And in a massive radius around in front of you guys and underneath the feet of the ogre and the remaining goblins in the back of the arena, the ground becomes very difficult for them to stand. They are... They'll fail. Many of them are knocked prone. And you see multiple fissures open up in cracks from the ground below. Several of them take damage from steam eruptions that crash up from below the ridge of the ground as well. As a bonus action, he swings with his whips at the arm of the ogre. Makes contact, but this thing has got thick skin. It does not do any damage. Cricks.
All right. There we go. There's no one around me and Lily, right?
No. You're clear. The closest thing is the goblins engaged with Elwyn. Elwyn is 10 feet from you, and they're 15.
How many are there?
4. 2 of them are a bit damaged.
And how many are on the ogre?
Glancing at the ogre, it looks like there's several that are still attempting to climb up. There's one that are pretty close to the catapult, reaching up to sort of get himself seated into it. And there's one very close to that control chair as well that's been basically unseated since the beginning of this fight. You see at least 2 more climbing up and several at his feet.
You also see Gideon and Briar within 5 feet of it.
Yes.
I point one finger towards Elwyn's direction, one finger towards ogre, kind of like move his arms up and down, kind of look at the crowd to see which one they're cheering more at.
For the most part, everybody just seems to be uproariously screaming. Whether they're cheering for you or the goblins is really hard to tell, but everybody is loving everything that's happening in this arena right now.
Crick shrugs and brings both hands towards the ogre and another lightning bolt, but I'm going to do it behind him so it doesn't strike Gideon.
Okay.
And hit back there.
Go ahead and roll your damage. I will roll their saves.
Dun, dun, dun. It's okay damage. 33.
Okay. I literally rolled this. I want to just point out that the one that's been climbing up towards the chair are the ones that have been climbing up towards the chair. I've rolled 3 ones for them. So
hey, that's what happens when you sit at a device that probably has iron in it. It's a fucking lightning rod.
Yep.
No.
So again, the creature climbing up to the chair is struck head on, dead through his fucking body by the lightning coming down from above. Burns a hole in him as he releases his hold, falls to the ground, a crispy mess. Another
getting back on that thing.
another that was reaching up and trying to climb has fallen off. The one that the ogre previously grasped and threw on its back fell off. The one actually did maintain hold to attempt to climb into the catapult, just barely, but he is struck with some damage as well. Several of the creatures down below in front of you, Briar and Gideon, you see this lightning make contact in a wave that hits multiple creatures. Some of them are able to sort of hold back and resist the damage, but many of them are hit and struck, especially the ones that were knocked prone by Gideon's spell. Anything else, Crix?
You just hear Crick yell out from a distance, I can do this for 9.5 more minutes.
You get a massive howl from the crowd in joy and appreciation at that.
That's it.
Okay. Give yourself a +4 inspiration from the crowd cheers for your comment.
+4 for the future.
Yep. Can treat it as a bardic inspiration.
Nice.
The ogre It's pissed. It's been taking damage from the lightning, and it still looks like it's pretty solid, but it is angry and upset. The goblin behind does manage to yank itself into the seat of the catapult, and the ogre immediately, in almost a rage, slams its fists in the ground and brings them together again, firing that catapult. It takes aim this time directly down at Briar.
Boy.
And looking up above you as the creature sort of slams down in front of you, you see the catapult target you. Creature, a little spiked goblin, comes down directly and hits you. You take.
Gonna preemptively say uncanny dodge.
Absolutely. You take 18 damage. You'll have that. And you are knocked to your back.
Okay. All right.
But the creature as well is just face down on the ground. So you're both sort of incapacitated from the strike. With Gideon in range, it's going to use an additional bonus action to make a strike at Gideon. It connects with his fist, driving Gideon back, who takes the damage but still holds himself steady. Elwyn,
Yes.
your turn.
Wish I had an attack that could hit all 4 of these things. Alas, I do not.
Crix is doing quite a bit of AoE damage for everybody, so I think you're good to start sniping.
Yep.
Technically, I could summon a wall of light right on top of them, but I'm gonna not do that for now. That might be a little bit overkill. Okay, well, we're gonna run it back with the Eldritch Blasts. 2 beams,
Okay.
2 targets.
What are you're targeting the guys in front of you still?
Mhm.
Okay.
Might as well wipe them out. 26 and like 23, I think.
2 hits.
Okay, first one is going to do 13 damage. And then the second one is going to do 18.
Okay. One of them is obliterated by the attack, falls dead to the ground, smoking from the impact. The other one takes the hit, still stands.
Sick.
Anything else, Ellen?
No, that's it.
All right, Tacitus.
There's just the one near me, right?
Yep, one remaining.
Um,
Pretty beat up.
I'm. I'll just swipe at him.
Okay.
I'll attack once. Let's just clean them up so they don't cause any other fucking problems.
Okay.
26 to hit.
Hit.
7 damage.
Okay, that finishes him off. Goblin lies
Okay.
dead in front of you.
Let's see. I will then. What do I want to do? I can't also take the dash action, right? Because that counted as.
You can't dash now. You can still use
Yeah.
your normal move though.
Okay.
Where were you trying to dash to?
Near you.
You can reach them with your normal movement.
Yeah, I wanted to see if I could use the dash action because of the melee attack that I get.
Gotcha.
How many are still back around Elwyn?
There's 3 around Elwyn currently.
Okay, I think I'll still move up towards the ogre. Maybe get in front of. You said that Briar was knocked prone, right?
Yes.
So I'm gonna try and get like if it's possible, I'd like to get between her and the
ogre.
The ogre, yeah.
Sure.
I'll be fine. Don't worry about me.
You got Crix and Lily back there with you too, still.
Yeah, I mean, there's two others with you there.
You've
I
got
mean, to
got-
fair, you got dark powers.
You're not wrong. Although
yeah.
I don't know when it wants to appear. It's kind of random.
Or try to take over. Because,
Yeah,
dark
will I
power.
lose my sanity in this fight? Maybe. Perhaps.
Is that your turn, Tacitus?
Yeah, that's all. That's all I have.
Okay. So Lily again draws her gaze down to the ogre in front of you and the goblins behind. She takes a minute to analyze the field. She seems to pick a location, and a massive fountain of churned earth and stone just erupts from the ground, sort of mimicking and trying to play off of the spell that Gideon had used previously. More dex saves. So the ogre is struck from the back. Takes a good amount of damage, bludgeoning damage from the hits. God,
I think it's gonna be I think he's gonna be ready to tilt over.
It's looking like it. So the strike from the back, you can see it. Like it reels from the attack. Many of those goblins that had been holding back to sort of help arm that catapult and support this ogre have now been destroyed. Many of them were prone from Gideon's spell. All of them failed their checks for this one and took severe damage.
I like that we say destroyed and not killed.
Destroyed. Killed is way too small a word for what's happening under these things.
Obliterated.
Like the only thing that's left is armor pieces.
And you're blasted with just this cloud of dust from the spellcast that passes through over and through you. As Lily stands back up from the spellcast, analyzing the field, and there's not many goblins left back there. The ogre itself is getting itself back into position from the strike, and there's a couple that are attempting to climb him again. It is Briar's turn.
Well, I would like to get up.
Okay.
Um,
Half movement.
Okay, so it was half movement. Good. So I'll go ahead and move from around Tacitus to be able to attack the ogre.
Okay.
And then there's too many things around me right now, but is there flanking advantage?
Yes.
Hell yeah.
You're striking the ogre, correct?
Yes. Okay. So that is a 25 to hit.
That's a hit.
Yep. And Blade was poisoned last round, so we've got sneak attack, normal rapier, poison. All right. That. $38 damage.
38. Okay. And what's the poison effect?
So the poison effect, as long as it's not immune, let me scroll back up here. It needs to do. Oh, I fucked this up a little bit. It needs to do a DC 14 con save.
Okay. For the poison?
For the poison, yes.
Fails.
Okay, so we're good. So that is damage, and then it's poisoned until the end of my next turn.
Okay. Gotcha.
And I don't have the poisoned effect
I
in
got
front of me. 1 second. You got it? Okay.
Yep. All good. And it's just a standard poison, right? Not one of the.
Correct. Nothing weird. Just normal poison.
It's disadvantaged from the poison. Got it. Yeah, he takes pretty severe damage from the hit. You get him in the legs pretty well, and he stumbles backwards, almost falls over, but he's able to drive one of his large fists into the ground and keep himself steady. You
Okay.
all set, Briar?
I'll use my bonus action to reapply poison to the blade.
Okay.
And then I'm done.
So a number of the goblins in the back again jump and attempt to begin to climb the ogre. Up in front, you guys see at least 4 of them have begin climbing, and a couple of them look like they're climbing from the back as well, but they're a little bit obscured. Elwyn.
Yes. Is it my turn again?
No, the goblins are attacking you.
Oh.
So one of them misses, but 2 of them strike, and one of them actually, with a net 20, hits you pretty hard.
Yikes.
So you're able to avoid 1 attack. The next one strikes you, and the final one strikes you. You have a combined take of 27 damage from the attacks.
Jesus.
Ow. Aim. That really hurt.
So in... Oh, actually, I forgot there's a thing that I have to do for that.
I'm still alive, but in great
Hey.
pain.
No response from Oath there. So continuing on, it is Gideon's turn. Gideon's going to take one look at the ogre, and what can he do? He's going to take 3 swings with his whips. So he comes in from the left, attacks once, angles himself to the right, attacks again. Ooh, another nat 20. So he makes 2 really good attacks. His first one misses. The other 2 hit very, very hard, but the last one being a critical strike against the thing's chest. So he swipes at the leg, does a significant amount of damage, and the creature stumbles to the side. The last strike hits it directly in the chest, and with the weight of that mechanism on his back, it begins to crack on one side. The foundations of it, already damaged from both Crix's and Lily's spells, begins to crack and break. And with the force of that snap of the wooden frame and the iron attached to it, the creature is pulled backwards onto its back. The goblins trying to climb up all fall. Some of them are crushed behind him, as well as some of the individual goblins that were back there still are crushed under the ogre as it falls to the ground. Crix.
What's still alive?
Elwyn still has 3 goblins that have been beaten on him. In the back, the ogre is still alive. You can see it attempting to right itself, having some great difficulty doing so. You see some goblins back there in the mist and damage of the spells sort of getting themselves back to their feet, but not very many.
Elwin, do you need helps?
I won't say no.
I'm not hearing a yes.
That is a yes, if I've ever said one.
Without hitting him, a lightning bolt's gonna come down to the goblin pack. That's the next one.
Okay. Catch him on the edge of the circle.
Yeah, just to miss him.
Okay, you roll your damage. You will save. It's a 17, right, DC?
Yeah.
Okay. Only one of them saves.
Good. 35.
35 damage?
Yep.
Okay, 2 of those goblins are completely fried as that lightning strikes the spell. Strikes the ground and the goblins around them. You can
One that saved 17.
Got it. You can smell the goblin flesh sort of scored right in front of you, Elwyn, as these creatures are electrified and dissipated in front of you. The final one takes the hit, stumbles back, still alive, but he looks pretty wounded.
Crix just stands there for a moment.
Thank you.
Okay, I was going to say I did hear thank you, but you're welcome.
That'd be my turn.
Okay. So that ogre in the backfield, it's struggling to get itself back on its feet because that mechanism and catapult is still attached to it. In a rage, it grabs the catapult itself, snaps it off the mount, and pulls itself barely to its feet and swings that catapult. I need Briar, Gideon, and Tacitus. You guys are going to make dexterity saving throws.
Remember that everyone gets +2 on saves.
Yes.
Nice.
Oh, good to
Didn't
know.
fucking help me that much. 16.
Okay.
Is that for any save?
Yep. I believe it's any save.
Yeah, I think it's all
Cool.
saves as long as they're within range of you. All right.
A 19.
Okay. Gideon's. Okay.
Any save, yeah. All saving throws.
Okay.
Nice.
So the what's the range that they have to be to you, by the way? Just so I remember.
10 feet.
10 feet. Gotcha. Okay. So it swings forward, strikes against all three of you. You take the damage from it, but you're able to combine resist the full swing of the attack. As you block with your weapons and stumble backwards. You take 7 damage apiece.
And a rogue that saves a dex save does not.
3. Oh, you take 0. That's right.
Yep.
And
So I take 3 damage.
yes. And Gideon as well. And that's all he can do. Elwyn.
My turn?
Yes.
Okay. So there's one goblin left.
Yeah, one goblin in front of you. Pretty damaged.
It's about to be a lot more damage in a second. I'm charging up 2 beams of Eldritch Blast, firing in his face.
Okay.
22 to hit.
Hits.
And then the next one is 21.
Okay. Roll damage. And
Okay,
then
so we've got 15 for the first one.
Okay.
And 16 for the second one.
And please roll an intelligence saving throw.
Okay. I don't get the bonus to my saving.
No.
You're not within 10 feet of me.
Alright, well, I rolled a 12. Sure hope that's enough.
So as the damage strikes, you can feel the creature's life fade from it. Something takes you over, though. This energy swirls about you. Crix, especially you and Lily, feel this darkness that almost makes you feel sick to your stomach as you look towards Elwyn. This black energy swirls about from the hilt of his darker weapon, passes around him, almost like a cyclone of energy. Completely consumes the goblin that he just struck down, completely melts it down to almost nothing, and the liquid blood from this creature as it's decimated then flows into the fingertips of Elwyn and is absorbed by him. Elwyn, as this happens, you just lose sight for a moment and feel the energy of whatever this is happening to you, and you feel happy. You enjoy this. It's one of the greatest feelings you've ever experienced in your life. As your vision returns to you, there's nothing left of the goblin that you had attacked.
Do I I know you said I had that feeling, but like once that moment has passed, do I understand anything about what just happened?
No, you sort of lost touch with your existence for a moment, almost.
Do I realize that? Like just the fact that
You don't
I
realize.
lost myself for a moment?
You realize that you did fade out. You're not sure if it's just the spellcast, the combat, the fatigue from everything that's going on, or if it's Oath. But you're very confused, but you still feel good.
Okay. All right.
And Tacitus.
I'm going to, I guess. How close am I to the ogre? Am I within like hitting distance?
Yeah, you're within 5 feet.
Okay. Is there anyone flanking right
Yes,
now?
you've got Gideon and Briar.
Okay, so I wouldn't also be able to flank because they're, I'm assuming, on opposite sides.
No, you're already
Here
flanking.
you are, yes.
Oh, okay. So it's not right across. Okay. I can't remember the different systems.
You're fine.
I will swing then.
Okay.
Let's just 22 to hit.
That's a hit.
Let's see. That's 11 damage.
Okay.
I'll swing again. That's a 16 to hit.
That's not a hit.
Damn. Let's see. And then I'll just do my last bonus action then. The swipe with
Okay.
the blunt end of my polearm.
The bun.
Yeah. Oh, that's an 8 to hit.
That's
Not
not a
8,
hit.
sorry, an 11 to hit. But
Still not a hit.
doesn't hit. Yeah. Okay.
That's your turn.
Yep, that's it.
Okay. Lily takes another glance at the situation, seeing she's very intimidated by what she just witnessed with Elwyn. Elwyn, you see Lily sort of glaring at you with a mix of just like disgust and terror. You're not sure why. You feel great. But she pulls herself to look away from you and focus back on the battle. She targets the ogre in the area behind him and casts an additional ice storm. So the ogre takes several hits to the chest. The goblins in the back are all but completely killed. Many of them are down. There's maybe one or two that are still struggling at life. Any goblins that have been attempting to climb this ogre have since abandoned the process. The ones that are alive don't seem to be combat ready anymore. The ogre takes a good amount of damage, and you can see him breathing heavily, trying to sustain his life. It is Briar's turn.
Hell yeah. We're gonna go ahead and do the poisoned rapier attack again. Oh, there it is.
What time are we going till, by the way?
We're just about done. Once we finish this engagement, we're done, and it is
Okay.
about over. It
27 to hit.
might be over right here. That's a hit.
It's probably gonna be over right here. Well, just because I said that, now it's not gonna be. Okay, so we'll set those aside for. Okay, so oh god, that's the smallest one yet. But that's okay.
Briar doesn't want the fight to end.
Okay, so 20 damage from sneak attack, and then do a DC 14 con save.
Fails with a 4.
Hell yeah. And so it takes an additional 11 poison damage and has the poison condition.
That's enough. So Briar, you strike the final blow at this ogre. How you want to do it?
How tall is it compared to me?
It's roughly 6-7 times your size.
I'll just take its leg off.
Okay. So you sever the leg. The creature drops to the ground in front of you, just panting. Tacitus and Briar, if you want to make a final blow, Gideon moves as well. Just make like a conjoined strike on this thing.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay. Where you want to take your strike?
I mean, gotta go for the coup de grace.
Go for the face,
Yeah.
Briar.
Chest.
Okay. And Gideon goes right for the neck with his whips as the thing expels its final breath as your strikes make contact. Remaining goblins begin to run away, coming back towards that portcullis area that they'd been trying to reach. You see up from the above a massive grin on the face of Sevian as he points at them, and the goblins just explode in viscera.
Oh, nice.
God.
The
So you can
crowd
just do that. Cool.
roars. People are screaming and shouting and chanting and cheering. Sevian looks at you all, laughs, gives a very slow clap as you see him gather the entourage that he has with him up in his throne room, steps off out of the arena. The portcullis that you entered opens back up, and you see that same Minotaur beckoning you for you to return. And we'll end there for the night, finishing your very first engagement.
Just,
down.
just for a little flavor.
Okay.
Before the battle's complete, when it's over and whatnot, Crix kind of gives a bow, and like one of his fingers comes up and goes down, and about away from Elwyn, a lightning bolt will hit the ground, and then he'll turn his head and look at him and goes, "Oops, sorry, I almost mistaked you for an enemy." And he just
Elwyn-
eyes him.
Elwyn is currently just looking at his hands, and he like fully ignored everything that just happened.
You feel
Like-
really good, Elwyn. You feel just almost better than you ever have in your life. It's just an ununderstandable but incredible feeling of enjoyment.
He's very confused though, and so he's just
Yes.
like trying to process. And he ignored the lightning bolt and everything that Crix just said, and was just so lost in thought at the moment.
Briar on her way out.
Anything
Does what?
else?
Nope.
Nope.
All right. Yeah, that wraps up. So you exit the arena to the roaring cheers of the crowd of souls and spirits of the dead, and we will pick back up likely in a couple
January?
weeks. Yeah, I think the next game would be the 7th of January per scheduling.
But you're kind of doing like a pass type campaign for the break.
Yes, I am doing some one shots. I threw the events up. Anybody that wants to participate in that can, if you're still going to be around for those holiday dates. And I might throw a third one in if we run through and we can't complete everybody's, but we should have time with 2 sessions to go through. But yeah,
Sounds
if you're going to be
good.
around,
Do
you
it.
can.
I definitely have some things. Plus, it might be interesting to explain his backstory a little bit as to, maybe some of his choices.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I think that's fun.
I'll get with you and we'll exchange some information and I'll put together a one shot for you.
Might not be able to do the 2 dates that are posted currently, but
Well, you'd only need to do one of them.
yeah, I guess I might not be able to do either of them.
Oh, either. Okay.
Yep. I mean, if not,
But
and it's still something that you want to do in the future, we might be able to throw another one of these like in midweek or something between games. That wouldn't
yeah,
be opposed.
I might be able to like come in late. That's a possibility.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, we're going to be
But-
going like one character at a time, so if that's something you need to do, that's fine as well.
Yeah, like something like 9 p.m. or something, 9:30. I could probably show up, but
Okay. Yeah, get with me like early on one of those days and let me know what your schedule is going to be, and I'll work it out.
okay. Sounds good.
Yeah. Any questions about tonight? You guys did a lot, went through a lot, learned
Yeah.
a lot.
That sure was a lot.
I'm about to enter my villain arc. Can't wait.
I think you're already in it.
Yeah,
I think
Yeah, what do you
the
mean about
entering
to
process
enter?
has happened.
it's just starting. It's just beginning. This is the start.
Oh man.
Yep, and
All
Y'all
for-
ain't seen nothing yet.
the lightning bolt's kind of like a semi-warning.
Elwyn will
Well-
see you. He does not care.
We'll see how it
I'm-
evolves.
I'm glad that we at least got Fabio back out of it. I hope there's no ill
Yeah.
effects.
That was the
From-
start of it. It was because of that it's all
It
now
was-
That
going
was the
down.
breaking point. Yeah.
That was the breaking point, but there would have been a different breaking point. There's no way you wouldn't have eventually got down this.
It's funny because Owen has he's very much single-minded for his goals, which haven't been revealed yet to the party, but
Yeah.
he has a single-minded goal, and he would literally sell his soul to the devil if it meant that he could achieve his goal.
Well-
you also you still haven't completely lost yourself to Oath, and there's a chance that you can connect with Pasha. So if that's something that you seek, you should seek out some means to do that as well. If you still wish to resist, otherwise, if you don't resist, you're going down a dark path. I think that's pretty obvious.
I mean, if Oth manages to be the one that can offer Owen the means to achieve his goal, he might
Yeah.
just be like, "Sure, let's do it."
I'm waiting for the seesaw effect, where it's like, okay, Tasha, now it's your turn to provide something for me. If you want to stay in power some way.
But
So
with
far, he
Pasha
just can't reach
can't
Pasha. Yeah, he's been almost cut off by Oath.
if Pasha can't even overpower Oath in this situation, then he does not possess the means to help Elwyn achieve his goals. That's sort of where he's at now.
Interesting. We'll see where it ends up. You still got a couple arena battles ahead of you. It's your individual fights
Yeah.
as well before if you survive before you exit this arena. So,
But I'll send you the details about Elwyn's past because it came together during this session in my head.
Perfect. Okay.
So it's all clicking.
I love it. Yeah, send me whatever you got, whatever you'd like, and we will go from there.
I think I'd be kind of like they're just going to be strictly based on those characters, kind of like a sit and listen type things of others.
Yeah, for the one shots, it'll be one character at a time. A couple people, I think specifically, was it Vel and Ven for Miasis and Ashi? They are going to do one together. But Ashi's also going to have an individual one shot as well, because their characters have a conjoined pass basically.
Okay.
And I think there's an opportunity for Harmony to potentially be a part of Miasis as well, because they also have a pass together, but we haven't decided that yet. But yeah, otherwise it'll be one at a time.
It'd be kind of interesting to see a couple of the characters, maybe like in the different campaigns, might have like a cross into one another, even though they're in different campaigns.
Yeah, that's totally something that we can work out too, for sure. Like if you guys want to like discuss it amongst yourselves too, and in DMs, if you want to like have a area where you cross paths, no matter which group that you're in, and yeah, I could share that with the other group as well, and totally, yeah, discuss with whatever you'd like. If you'd like to work it out, and then just let me know who it is and the details of your pass together, and I'll write it in.
This has definitely been one of the more fun characters I've played recently.
Yeah, I love Elwyn. I love this this route that he's traveling.
Very interesting.
It's been a good character.
It's funny because I had a warlock character that I played in the past that was like ended up in a similar situation. He was a hexblade,